All right, I think we're live. Push one in the chat if you can hear me. I don't think anybody can hear me. Let me try this again. Oh, I got a confirmation. Thank you for the confirmation. Welcome back to the Black Brain Trust. This is open chat number 57. Please hit the like button as you come in, share the video if possible, hit that notification bell so you get all the updates from the Black Brain Trust, including those posted on the community tab. If you want to engage in this discussion, there'll be a link in the chat for you to click on. When you click on the link, make sure you raise your hand so that one of us can acknowledge you and advance you to the panel. Let me grab the link for you all who want to engage in this. Make sure you update your Zoom client as well, or else you won't be able to join. So I wanted to have this this dialogue because I was on Fantastics. Mr. Fantastic, shout out to him, had a stream this morning on the false accusations of this brother who was shot by these two WMs. Allegedly, he was robbing some property. He was just allegedly jogging, and it turns out that what was initially told was not the actual, may not have been the actual story that went down based on the surveillance and the camera footage. And so what has happened this morning, I got into a bit of a back and forth with a couple of panel members, and my perspective when I super chatted was that not all hate crimes against Black men are reported. Okay. And so we have to be vigilant in understanding that just because this incident turned out to be fraudulent doesn't mean that the next one won't be. Okay. A lot of people are basically saying that we shouldn't be caping, we shouldn't be doing this, we shouldn't be doing that. No, we should be scrutinizing every single case that comes out. But my point is, not all of these incidents are being reported. Not all of them. And so the discussion went down a path that basically said, where the exchange was basically that, crime in the Black community is high, violence and things like that is high. But that's not the actual case, okay? That's not always the case. And so what's happening here is that we're extrapolating one, or at least those people are, one incident or two incidents, which is very minor in terms of the data. And we're saying that's the total sum of the community as a whole that these people live in. And that's not the case. And so the question now becomes, well, why is, why are these communities over-policed, right? Why are they over-policed? Well, that's easy. That's easy. I have some documentation. We covered this last year, 2019, 2018. We covered this on the Black Brain Trust. I'm just going to reiterate it because the suggestion here is that the reason why there's so much police there is because there's so much violence. But that's not necessarily true. I'll provide the evidence on this. Let me give a shout out to people who showed up. Excalibur, salute. Terrence, peace. Dave Moreau, peace. New Jersey Prophet, peace to you as well. Terrence Forrest Jr., peace. We got 2 Terrences in the chat. That's dope. And so what people are trying to do is say, well, we need more. The reason why the police are there in terms of Mike Brown, you know, his altercation that he had with law enforcement was because he was trying to reach for the cop's gun. In reality, that never happened, right? What 18-year-old, 19-year-old who's walking down the street with his friend decides in the middle of the afternoon, I'm going to try to take this cop's gun and I don't have one myself? Where's the logic in that? Okay. Even in military combat, you don't have combatants with no arms trying to run up on soldiers with M4s and AK-47s. This doesn't happen like that. With no arms at all, that doesn't make any sense. There's more to the story than what people are making this out to be. And my perspective, especially Dorian Johnson, who gave his original testimony, said that Mike Brown told him to run. And he tried to run him as well. And if you look at the distance between the officer shooting of Mike Brown, it's something like 14 to 21 feet. That's a long way in terms of small caliber pistol shooting. If you look at Mike Brown's, the autopsy shows that Mike Brown's forearms had gunshot wounds in it. Your forearms, that means you put your arms up in a defensive manner. Okay? So where was all of this, you know, big threat coming from? Okay. There's nuances that go into all of this. You know, that officer, and I can't remember his name right now for whatever reason, he has multiple complaints against him for racism on duty. Okay, it's not the first time he ran into Mike Brown. It's not the first time he had been involved in an incident in Ferguson. He had already shot somebody before. Okay. In fact, he even said on record, I think this was on ABC, that the reason why he wanted to work in Ferguson, he wanted to be where the action was. The action was what? Policing Black people. Yeah, Darren Wilson, that's his name. Thank you, Excalibur. And so we have to understand that Ferguson, which is a majority Black area, was being policed by 70 to 80% of his police force being white. And you had white people, even Alex Jones, to his credit, did excellent on-the-ground coverage in real time. This was back when live streaming was somewhat unheard of. One of the police officers there was pointing a gun at one of the protesters in Ferguson and said, "I'll shoot you." Okay. State police officer, the head of the police department, or at least at the time, who was the lead there, told that officer to stand down. We don't need that. But that's the mentality of some of these police officers walking around. And what some people are trying to do is conflate a specific number for a crime and then extrapolate that across the whole entire gamut and say, well, you know, these areas are just so violent. No, it's not the areas that were so violent. It's that one incident that was based on violence. Okay. Well, why don't you see that in, you know, the same level of violence in predominantly white areas? Because it doesn't get reported. You will never see a predominantly white area being over-policed by a predominantly Black police force. That doesn't happen, to my knowledge. And so what's happening here is that these conversations about Black men in particular, especially Black people in general, but Black men in particular, is really just based on misandry, Black misandry. So I told a story on the panel that basically I use an example of an incident in Connecticut. Omar Thornton, who was being harassed and harangued in the workplace by his white coworkers. And he went to HR, and HR basically shoot him off. And so he came back to work with a firearm, and he went after those who he felt allegedly who were haranguing him at work. So then he killed himself. Okay. This is an ongoing issue, that these sort of incidents that are happening to Black men are not being reported. There was also a situation in Ohio, if I remember correctly, Ohio or Indiana, one of those two states, at one of these GM facilities, where a Black man was in the office and someone put a noose on his desk. This was not too long ago. This is less than 10 years ago. This is, I think, maybe back 2016. How does this happen? These race hate crimes against Black men are not always reported. Okay, the only reason we know about it is because it spread through social media, but it's not going to the Department of Justice. They're not taking account of all of these things. Okay, and what some people want you to think is that, well, he shouldn't have shot those people. You focus on the fact that he's being shot, that he's doing the shooting, but you're not understanding what led up to that. Racism is a form of bullying, man, if not damn near terrorism. If you torment a person long enough, they're going to respond. Especially if the justice system is not on their side. This is their only recourse. And so you know that he shot somebody, but you don't know what led up to that. Okay, I think there was a Black man who, this was like 2017, I think he's like a former NFL player or something like that, who was driving, and there was a road rage incident, and a white guy jumped out of his bulldozer and shot that man in the head twice. Okay, that doesn't get reported like that. They just say it was an incident, but they don't say it was a hate crime in that regard. And so what a lot of these, some of these people want us to believe is that all of these incidents, that do happen to Black men are not authentic. How do you know that? How do you know that? That's my position, is that we don't know what's happening because all of these things are not 100% reported. The only reason we know, I know about some of these issues because of social media. I didn't know, these incidents don't get reported to police as hate crimes all the time. Sometimes they get dismissed, or they get ignored. Okay. When Trump was running his campaign, there were multiple surges in hundreds of percentage points increase in hate crime reports. People were reporting these things. Hey, I saw some white guys come up to my mosque while we were praying, and they get ignored. This is how Dylann Roof in South Carolina was able to shoot up that church. He was on Stormfront. He was on different, dark net white supremacist hangouts. Why isn't the FBI tracking all of this? The FBI can track Muslims all across this country. In fact, the NYPD was found to be spying on Muslims in their mosque. Spy on them, but what about the same tools being used to find all of these white supremacists and all of these bigots, especially in social media? Why aren't those same tools being leveraged for that? And you have Black men who are basically saying, well, not all white people are bad. And I'm saying to myself, what difference does that make? Just because there's one case where this brother was running with khakis on, jogging with khakis on, doesn't necessarily mean that one case is going to be indicative of many more cases to come. And so that's what goes on, man. And so let me get to this point. I don't want to spend too much time on here. Let me see if I can pull this article up. We covered this about a year and a half ago. That's what we do on here. So let me read this article real quick, and then I'll open it up, and then we can chop it up. And yeah, and the reason why I brought up, or at least I used that thumbnail, was because even in NYPD right now, NYC right now, NYPD are arresting Black men for not social distancing and not wearing a mask, beating these brothers. Unbelievable. And you have people sit up here and say, well, you know, I don't like the idea of or the term hate crime, just call it a crime. No, it's a hate crime because you hate a person's ethnicity, you hate a person's gender, you hate a person's sexuality. That's what the term hate means. You acted upon what you thought was, or what you perceived to be, their ethnicity, their race, their class. That's what the hate means. So, all right, let me jump to this real quick. This is from Engadget.com. Hitting the books, how police tech reinforces America's racial segregation. Weird how IBM keeps ending up in these authoritarian surveillance schemes. All right. The President's Crime Commission report in 1968, this is the Kerner Commission, by the way, had recommended that the federal government invest massive amounts of resources into what were later dubbed criminal justice information systems. It invested millions of dollars to design and build them. The growing and persisting fear of crime was its underlying rationale. But the commission's long list of use cases for this system ultimately proved most persuasive. The computing industry, led by IBM, the federal government, national and local law enforcement agencies, and academics at elite science and engineering institutions had started developing these use cases beginning in 1965. This is what I mentioned when I was on Mr. Fantastic's panel. Okay? That's when New York City Police Commissioner Harold Leary formed the Joint Study Group. This study group included representatives from the police department's planning and communications departments and 4 representatives from IBM. One was a sales manager, the other 3 were computer programmers. In the end, the joint study group outlined 13 potential new law enforcement computer applications. The list included applications for computer-aided dispatch, crime analysis, fingerprint identification, resource allocation, and election returns. New York City began pursuing only one of these identified systems, a computer-aided dispatch system. They called it SPRINT, Specialty Police Radio Inquiry Network. The system was built from scratch, but builders based it on existing IBM design model for a flight reservation system. During the same time, Kansas City Chief of Police Kelly had assembled a team of his own. It consisted of an in-house team of 2, his assistant, Lieutenant Colonel James Newman, the department's chief data systems director, and Melvin Bockelman. Both were dubbed patrolmen programmers. They were policemen first, but they were armed with technical data processing training. 2 IBM personnel, marketing representative Owen Craig and Roger Egerling, an IBM systems engineer, rounded out Kelly's team. IBM described its system its systems engineers as assisting our customers in defining their systems problems and determining the best combination of IBM equipment to solve them. Speaking more holistically about how IBM built its enterprise, the company had reported to its board of shareholders back in 1961 that this era demands a higher degree of professionalism than ever before among the sales representatives who initiate and develop customer interest. The systems engineers who help our customers study, define, and develop solutions for their problems, and the customer engineers who install and maintain equipment at peak efficiency. IBM systems engineers were also its link to the scientific and engineering academic community. They presented 70 papers in 1 year alone. For example, IBM systems engineers refined their computing knowledge within an academic field. They had also distributed their knowledge about systems building throughout both the scientific and industrial community. The plan: embed the police beat algorithm with a geographical crime information system with graphical inputs and outputs, thus enabling us to bring the proper man-machine interaction to bear on this heuristic and analytic type of decision problem. So this is the precursor to artificial intelligence. Okay, they were creating a machine learning algorithm. Okay, IBM systems engineer Saul Grass worked in IBM's government services division. Grass divided command and control systems into the two primary problem areas they confronted: police planning and police operation. Police planning had much to do with allocating human and material resources. How many police personnel should be dedicated to a given geographical area based on its population size and crime rate? How should you divide up a geographical area into efficient police patrol beats? How much equipment should be stored in what locations in order to be ready to respond swiftly and effectively to a riot situation? These are examples of planning problems that police had to solve in order to maximize success. Operational problems, on the other hand, involve different types of questions. How do you identify crime patterns? How do you both predict and apprehend suspects based on those patterns? Once apprehended, how do you associate suspects with other crimes they may have committed? And when you know all of this, how can you prevent crime from being committed in the first place? Okay, they were developing an algorithm based on what they were going to do going forward. I'll finish reading. These concerns were packaged into a command and control solution called Computer-Aided Dispatch, CAD. Underlying the CAD system was software powered by an algorithm that automated solutions to specific operational and planning problems. Its task was to answer the question on how to allocate a finite number of police patrol units to police beats, parse geographical areas. That's what a police beat is. And how to allocate those resources to patrol beats so that police officers were positioned to be dispatched to and arrive at the scene of a crime. Sorry. Gass's mathematical model could be used to determine this, given some known factors and data. He had already developed such a model. He also possessed real-world crime data from New York City's Sprint. The array of symbols, functions, and notations look complicated to the non-mathematician, but the information and data the algorithm called for tell us everything we need to know. First, US Census tracks parse geographic areas and develop uniform structured data about those areas, primarily population size and racial demographics. These tracks enable strategic deployment of police officers by geography, population size, and racial composition. This is where it gets good, okay? Gass's model contended that all crimes were not created equal. Thus, Gass's algorithm required weighted crimes. Like census tracts data, a police department like Kansas City could rely on an existing weighting system. In the mid-1960s, the International Association of Chiefs of Police had already produced such a ranking. A score of how 4 represented the highest priority crime. A score of 1 was the least threat and therefore least priority. Criminal homicide, forcible rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, and auto theft all received a score of 4. These were also known as index crimes. The FBI had developed this system for its uniform crime reports. This is the algorithm here that was written in the 1960s, okay? For those of you who want to get into machine learning and stuff, this is what goes down. In addition to weighted crimes, Gaz's formula required weighted crime incidents, and it required weighted workloads. Then the algorithm required the police correlate workloads with the geographical areas where the latest numbers of the highest weighted crimes took place. Using census tract designations and these crime weights, Gaz's formula used 5 measures of the workload for a census tract. Number of index crimes, population area, level of crime multiplied by the population, and the level of crime multiplied by the area. This produced a geographical map of a city, parsed by patrol beats. They could be designated as high to low threat. These criteria could then be used to determine police resource allocations. One might, for example, assign 12 police officers to regularly patrol the high threat area and only 3 for the low, okay? It could also be used to determine whom and how many police officers to dispatch to a given area when a crime was reported. Keep that in mind, okay? I talked about that earlier. How many of these hate crimes actually reported against Black men? It would determine with what urgency and speed the officers should respond. And it determined what precautions police should take in order to protect their safety. A call reporting a suspicious Negro loitering in a low threat area, for instance, might lead a dispatcher to hail 4 squad cars. The Negro profiled as a high threat, the neighborhood coded as a low threat in white. Of course, one need only correlate these threat areas with their corresponding census tract demographics to begin to formulate not only geographically based threat profiles, but the corresponding racial profiles as well. But you see, you have Negroes, Black men in these chats and on these panels saying, well, these areas are just really high violent. And no, it's a lot more complex and nuanced than what you think it is, okay? This is way more complex than what you think it is. This didn't just start yesterday. This started 50 years ago. But you have people who want to come on here and say, well, the reason why, you know, the police stop and frisk Black men is because those men are considered to be, those men in those areas are considered to be dangerous. It's bullshit. This article is disseminating all of this. This is the algorithm that they use, that they develop. What are you talking about? You don't have any evidence to support what you're saying. I have evidence. Here's the evidence. Producing and then systematizing such a profile in ways that could have measurable effects, however, required a much larger system. It would have to include more applications than just CAD. It would need to be networked, reach beyond a single city or local area, and be able to constantly ingest new data, process that data, and use them to model criminal profiles and affect future police decision-making. Such a system would be a massive undertaking. It would cost millions of dollars. Those who commanded it would be compelled to demonstrate that the system's outputs produce the desired outcome. To efficiently protect America's white citizens from its most feared criminal suspects, i.e. Black men. Where are these Negroes at now who were sitting on Fantastic's panel? Where are they at now? All those guys in the chat, where they at? The Black man, technologically speaking, has been casted as a feared criminal suspect, also a high profile. He's considered to be a level 4 in a predominantly white area, which is a level 1. That's the way they designed it. But you have Black people who sat in Fantastic's chat, who jumped on the panel arguing that this is justified. All of these people who sat up here and said, yeah, those Black areas, yeah, those are violent areas. But it's based on this algorithm right here. What are you talking about? They created this algorithm. A Black area is considered to be a level 4. A white area is considered to be a level 1. Black men are classified as level 4. White people are classified as level 1. That's the way how it's been designed. That's why Ferguson had all of these issues. They designed it like this. No, the article isn't just an article. The article is presenting all of the data. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's the algorithm. This is, let me pull up some more facts. Pull up some more evidence. Police in the social crisis of the 1960s. During the turbulent 1960s, a variety of social and legal forces renewed interest in police reform. Okay. The Kerner Commission blamed the riots on racism. This is a National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders. The Kerner Commission, you heard of them, right? If you haven't heard of them, you might be punching above your weight here. Let me jump to another one. Let's go to this. MIT Technology Review, AI sending people to jail and getting it wrong. Using historical data to train risk assessment tools could mean that machines are copying the mistakes of the past. Let's go into this. Let's dig into it. Okay, we covered this months ago. AI might not seem to have a huge personal impact if your most frequent brush with machine learning algorithms is through Facebook's newsfeed or Google search rankings. But at the Data for Black Lives conference past weekend, technologists, legal experts, and community activists snapped things into perspective with the discussion of America's criminal justice system. There, an algorithm can determine the trajectory of your life. The US imprisons more people than any country in the world. At the end of 2016, nearly 2.2 million adults were being held in prisons or jails, and additional 4.5 million were in the other correctional facilities. Put another way, 1 in 38 adult Americans was under some form of correctional supervision. The nightmarishness of the situation is one of the few issues that unite politicians on both sides of the aisle. Under the immense pressure of reduced prison numbers, without risking a rise in crime, courtrooms across the US have turned to automated tools in an attempt to shuffle defendants through the legal system as efficiently and safely as possible. This is where the AI part of the story begins. Police departments use predictive algorithms to strategize about where to send their ranks. Law enforcement agencies use face recognition systems to help identify suspects. These practices have garnered well-deserved scrutiny for whether they in fact improve safety or simply perpetuate existing inequities. Researchers and civil rights advocates, for example, have repeatedly demonstrated that face recognition systems can fail spectacularly, particularly for dark-skinned individuals, even mistaken members of Congress for convicted criminals. Huh? But the most controversial tool by far comes after police have made an arrest. Say hello to criminal risk assessment algorithms. Risk assessment tools are designed to do one thing: take in the details of defendants' profiles and spit out a recidivism score, a single number eliminating the likelihood that he or she will reoffend. A judge then factors that score into a myriad of decisions that can determine what type of rehabilitation services particular defendants should receive, whether they should be held in jail before trial, and how severe their sentences should be. A low score paves the way for a kinder fate. A high score does precisely the opposite. The logic for using such algorithmic tools is that if you can accurately predict criminal behavior, you can allocate resources accordingly, whether for rehabilitation or for prison sentences. In theory, it also reduces any bias influencing the process because judges are making decisions on the basis of data-driven recommendations and not their gut. You may have already spotted the problem. Modern-day risk assessment tools are often driven by algorithms trained on historical crime data. As we've covered before, machine learning algorithms use statistics to find patterns in data. So if you feed it historical crime data, it will pick out the patterns associated with crime. But those patterns are statistical correlations, nowhere near the same as causations. If an algorithm found, for example, that low income was correlated with high recidivism, it would leave you none the wiser about whether low income actually caused crime. But this is precisely what risk assessment tools do. They turn correlative insights into casual scoring mechanisms. Now populations that have historically been disproportionately targeted by law enforcement, i.e. Black people, especially low income and minority communities, are at the risk of being slapped with high recidivism scores. As a result, the algorithm could amplify and perpetuate embedded biases and generate even more bias-tainted data to feed a vicious cycle. Because most risk assessment algorithms are proprietary, it's also impossible to interrogate their decisions or hold them accountable. The debate over these tools is still raging on. Last July, more than 100 civil rights and community-based organizations, including the ACLU and the NAACP, signed a statement urging against the use of risk assessment. At the same time, more and more jurisdictions and states, including California, have turned to them in a Hail Mary effort to fix the overburdened jails and prisons. Data-driven risk assessments is a way to standardize and legitimize oppressive systems. Marbury Stolley, executive director of Law for Black Lives, said on stage at a conference which was hosted at the MIT Media Lab, it is a way to draw attention away from the actual problems affecting low-income and minority communities, like defunded schools and inadequate access to healthcare, which is what we're seeing now with COVID. Okay. Okay. Let's go to this. The Intercept says IBM developed NYPD surveillance tools that let cops pick targets based on skin color. Let's go to this. The NYPD secretive Lower Manhattan Security Coordination Center uses software from IBM in its video analytics system. As per the Intercept's report, the technology developed by IBM will allow cops to automatically scan surveillance footage for machine-generated labels that identify clothing and other identifying classifiers. Recent confidential corporate documents from IBM provide real-time insight into how this system was developed and used. Since at least 2012 and until at least 2016, IBM's video classification tool has allowed NYPD officers and contractors to use skin color as a classifier for identifying suspects. The training data for this feature came from IBM's own footage. NYPD's own footage. The Intercept and the Investigative Fund have learned that IBM began developing this object identification technology using secret access to NYPD camera footage. With access to images of thousands of unknowing New Yorkers offered up by NYPD officials, IBM was creating new search features that allow other police departments to search camera footage for images of people by hair color, facial color, and skin tone. More recent versions of IBM's tools have ethnicity search boxes that allow users to search on terms like white, black, and Asian. In an email to The Intercept, the NYPD confirmed that select counterterrorism officials had access to a pre-release version of IBM's program, which included skin tone search capabilities as early as summer of 2012. The NYPD has been notorious for decades worth of mass-scale racial profiling scandals, ranging from stop and frisk public executions of Black people. Though they mentioned that IBM personnel had access to certain cameras for the sole purpose of configuring NYPD's system, and the department had safeguards in place to protect the data, including non-disclosure agreements for each individual accessing the system for the companies and the vendors it worked for. Civil liberties advocates contend that New Yorkers should have been made aware of the potential use of their physical data for a private company's development of surveillance technology. They want NYPD to be transparent about surveillance acquisitions and adhere to the New York City surveillance bill, which, for those of you who don't understand, the Fourth Amendment gives you the right to privacy. Okay, they shouldn't even be doing this, but this is to target melanated people. But you have people in these chats who are running around saying, no, these people, these places are just high crime. Black people are just criminal-minded people. No, they're not. Well, why do white areas have less crime? Because they have more opportunity and they're less policed. How about that? How about that? I can go into more detail. New York City's police department surveillance technology used for stop and frisk over the years, never exposed until now. NYPD gang database can turn unsuspected New Yorkers into instant felons. Let's talk about it. Keith Shinery, no relation to Mike Shinery in the chat. Shout out to Mike Shinery. Hanging out with friends in the courtyard of a Harlem public housing project when police saw him remove a small bag from his pants. When police approached him, he told them it was just weed. When the officers searched him, they found a small bag of marijuana and a folding knife, a gift from his grandfather. Shinery, 21 at the time, was arrested and indicted for unlawful possession of marijuana and the felony possession of a weapon, an unusually severe charge. Prosecutors asked for his bond to be set at a whopping $10,000. Shinery, they claim, was a known gang member. Shinery, who had only 3 nonviolent misdemeanor arrests on his record from when he was a teenager, could have been released that night on his own recognizance with a misdemeanor charge. He had no idea why prosecutors would call him a gang member and strongly denied the accusation. But as his case has dragged in court for nearly 2 years, prosecutors labeled him as a gang member over and over, telling a judge, but providing no evidence, that he belonged to Harlem's Cash Money Boys, a violent narcotic sales crew based out of 1990 Lenox, according to court files. More than a year after his April 21st, 2017 arrest, Shinery learned that prosecutors appeared to be basing their accusation on his inclusion in a database of more than 42,000 New Yorkers that the New York Police Department considers as gang members. Okay? As The Intercept had reported, the NYPD's gang database was massively expanded in recent years, even as gang-related crime dropped to historic lows. The information of the secretive list is available to prosecutors, but not to those named in the database. Who often learn that the police have labeled them gang members only if they are arrested and slammed with inexplicably harsh charges or excessive bond. The database has been widely criticized as arbitrary, discriminatory, and over-inclusive, with no clear process in place to discover or challenge one's alleged gang affiliation. Like Shinnery, an overwhelming majority of people in the database are young Black and Latino men. Last year, the Legal Aid Society, one of several New York organizations that have demanded greater transparency from the NYPD about the database, launched a website to help New Yorkers file public records requests to learn whether they are listed in it. So far, more than 300 people have filed search requests, but police have denied every one of them. Shinnery declined to be interviewed for this article. A spokesperson for the NYPD did not respond to a series of questions by The Intercept and about the gang database and Shinnery's lawsuit, but wrote in an email that the department maintains among the nation's most rigorous criteria for identifying an individual as being a member of a known criminal group. A spokesperson for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office declined to comment on Shinnery's criminal case because it is still open, but referred to court documents in which prosecutors making the bond request cited his record, as well as previous failures to appear in court and recommendations by the Criminal Justice Agency, an independent city agency that evaluates whether an individual is a candidate for release. Okay. Although the NYPD has said little about how it uses criminal group database, as the database is known internally, it is no secret that the department shares information about alleged gang membership with prosecutors and other law enforcement agencies. It's also clear that designation as a gang member, even when based on questionable evidence and without the evidence being disclosed to the accused or their attorneys, can have a profound impact on one's fate in court. While gang association by itself is not a crime, prosecutors regularly use it to bolster their cases. That's exactly what happened to Shinnery. Earlier this year, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office announced that it would no longer prosecute the possession of small quantities of marijuana, calling on legislators to legalize and regulate its use, and citing the lack of moral justification for the intolerable racial disparities that underlie enforcement. Shinnery's arrest preceded the policy change, but in a city where marijuana use was already effectively legal for most people, he fit the profile of the New Yorker most likely to be prosecuted, young, Black, and from a poor neighborhood. Before the DA's announcement, Black New Yorkers were arrested for small marijuana possessions at 8 times the rate of white New Yorkers. In Manhattan, Black residents were arrested on low-level marijuana charges at 15 times the rate of white residents. But you have people in the chat room who sit up here and say, no, it's because you niggas are criminals. You niggas are criminals. In those white neighborhoods, those are good white neighborhoods. That's why, police don't harass them. No, that's not why. Let me drop the link in the chat, man. I can go beast mode on some of these cats, man. Drop that link. Oh, let me get to this one last one too, before I let people on. I didn't even plan on doing the live stream today. I was just gonna actually hit the books today, man. All right, this is from counterpunch.org. This is the last one before we get started, before we finish. Apartheid in the shadows, the USA, IBM, and South Africa's digital police state. Okay. Beggars and vagrants are not welcome in Parkhurst, a mostly white suburb of about 5,000 in Joburg, South Africa. Criminals of increasing sophistication and aggression are on the prowl, residents claim. To combat local crime, community members propose a solution, put surveillance everywhere. Their proposal, however, was not for traditional surveillance. Thanks to the digital revolution, Parkhurst could now integrate facial recognition, thermal sensors, infrared tracking, and data analytics. Armed with powerful new tech, poor Black vagrants could be watched, flagged, policed, and intimidated into submission. I'm not going to go over all of this. Cell phones are also targeted by cops. In 2015, Baltimore residents discovered their police department is systematically abusing Stingray devices that trick cell phone owners into revealing their location. Evidence shows the Stingray devices are overwhelmingly concentrated in poor Black neighborhoods with disproportionate impact on people of color. Half of all US adults are now in a law enforcement facial recognition database. 1/4 of the nation's police departments have access to face recognition databases. Smart policing is a controversial new concept in the digital era. Uses smart surveillance computers and sensors automatically detect and interpret video feeds and other data in real time to facilitate ubiquitous policing. Okay, ubiquitous policing. That's the term. I don't need to go in any further. And so, where are all these people at now? All this smoke they got for predominantly Black neighborhoods and whatnot, where they at now? Well, you know, man, those places, man, they just have a lot of crime, and you know, we need more police, man, to do this, and that. Those neighborhoods are just so violent. Are you sure about that? You sure about that? You better go get some evidence. Don't come on the panel without any evidence to counter this. Don't counter this with your feelings and emotions, because I've given 7 different articles highlighting the criteria used to police Black people in America, okay? Especially in NYC, by the NYPD, going all the way back to the 1960s, okay? Let me see who's trying to get over. We got Onyx Sentinel and we got Perfect Blackness. What's going on, man?
Yeah, what's going on? I was just listening, and you know, and it's just a whole bunch of anti-Blackness. I don't have any facts, but yeah, there's definitely. I mean, you presented the information. There's more than enough information out that Black people are systematically targeted by the law enforcement, you know, the judicial branch and all that stuff. So I'm confused as far as why people are even giving pushback. You know, like going back to COINTELPRO and all that stuff. Like the information has been out. You know.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. What's up, Perfect Blackness?
What's going on, man? This, you know, and you know, Onyx is absolutely right. You know, for any Black person, I don't care what their age is. For any Black person who still or who are still asking, where's the data? After 50, 60, 70 years of books, articles, symposiums, any goddamn form of media that you can think of that's been put out there that show a systemic focus on Black, in particular Black men. If those people, if you're still asking for data right now, then I dare say that you don't want to see the data. You are willfully ignorant. You see what the fuck is going on, and you would rather sit in a state of sinful bliss. That's how I feel about it.
I hear you, brother. Let's go to Renaissance Man.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Perfect Blackness? What's up?
What's going on? What's going on?
Now, I was curious what part of the Fantastic stream you were on. I sort of came on the back end. We kind of got more into the idea of the case, but it did sort of tilt back a little bit into over policing of black neighborhoods as far as crime goes. I was just curious, was this earlier in the?
Yeah, this was very early in the stream. This was very early in the stream.
Okay.
Very early in it. But to the point I was trying to make, because I had super chatted, the point that, a lot of your hate crimes against black men are not always reported, man.
It's hard to get a hate crime classification, so probably a lot go under the radar just because, like I was telling them in this case, that the person who is the victim is dead and they're not going to get to tell their side of the story. So right. I'm sure, and just in general, getting a hate crime, my understanding is you literally are going to have evidence that says this person did X, Y, and Z just because they were, they did not like the protected class that individual was in. So I'm sure hate crimes technically are underreported in that sense as well too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I brought up, Omar Thornton at the Budweiser facility in Connecticut. He went to HR several times about racial harassment in the workplace against him by his white coworkers. And they did nothing about it. Same thing in DC, the DC Naval Yard shooting by that young brother. I forget his name now, but he went to HR several times and they did nothing about it. And he came back and he shot the place up.
Yep, same thing with that Miller Coors shooting in Milwaukee.
Yep, and same thing in Virginia. That brother went to HR at that news station and went to the HR several times and said, they were racial racism against him in the workplace, and they did nothing about it. He came back and he shot the place up. This is not an accident, man. These things are not being reported. That's what I'm trying to. I was trying to explain on Fantastic's panel. A lot of these issues, cases, or incidents are not being reported. If these incidents were being reported and were categorized in the same way that IBM helped develop the database, you would have a difference in opinion or a different perspective based on these incidents.
Isn't a hate crime too? That's the federal has to get involved to investigate that, correct?
Department of Justice.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if it's anything like this case in Georgia. I don't know what the process for getting them involved in, but if you see just how people try to, sweep it under, getting the attention of the department to get them involved can be an issue as well.
Because they have to report this stuff to the United Nations, because these are human rights violations, right? Because of what happened in World War II, that changed the whole entire policy around the world, that you cannot persecute people based on their ethnicity and their class and their gender and whatnot. Right?
And that's, I'm sorry, I have to, and that's the reason why I think a lot of this stuff goes unreported. Don't think for 1 minute that the FBI are not actually tracking these things. They are tracking them. They have all the, here this word to go again, they have all the data, but it's not being reported. Mm-hmm. It's not being publicized because they know that the public, that the world is watching. There are a lot of black folks who can't wait to go to the world court for crimes against humanity or what's going on in particular to black men in this nation.
That's what they were trying to do at the end of the civil rights movement.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, that's the reason why this stuff is not being actually reported. Mm-hmm. That's why people don't even think nothing is even going on with black folks. But what's going on? We need the data. The data is there. It's been getting reported. Federal government has it. Books have been written on it. Articles have been written on it. Every year, a couple of times a year, people come out with the same damn evidence. Mm-hmm. Black people are being targeted. Mm-hmm. Period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's why, I brought up that point because I wanted to talk about on Fantastic Panel, I wanted to talk about misandry, because this is misandry. Make no mistake about it. Targeting black men like that, walking down the street, even recently in New York, I think I forget the brother's name right now. He, what's his name? Basically, he didn't have a mask on. He wasn't practicing social distancing, and NYPD laid right into him.
Yeah, all at the same time, giving white people at the parks face masks.
Right.
All in the same day. All this is happening in the same day, and it's just like, people think it's a conspiracy, but it's not a conspiracy. And just real fast, someone in the chat was talking about what's the leading causes of death of black men. And I feel like they're doing that just to be like, oh, it's probably black men. And the answer really is heart disease. And this is the list from the CDC: heart disease, cancer at 23%, 20%, unintentional injuries at 7.4%, then homicide. Now, the homicide doesn't include if it's from other black men, if it's from spouses, if it's from law enforcement. It just says homicide. So that can be anybody. It could be vigilantes. You know what I'm saying? And then the fifth one is stroke, right behind it, by off of 0.3 percentage. I just wanted to throw that out there.
They
Yo, can I
interviewed.
jump in real quick, guys?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, fam?
Go ahead. Chill.
Here's where I play devil's advocate. I know some of us are veterans, some of us have some type of law enforcement affiliation, and I've seen things from both sides of the spectrum. And I do agree that law enforcement has a history of targeting black men. And personally, I think they're trying to save face, especially after the past few years. They're trying to save face after the past few years, and we got to take into consideration when we are outraged and we're actually citing facts and data.
Mhm.
That same facts and data could come back and bite us. Everything has its pro and con. So when you're saying that stuff, you got to remember it's coming from the same type of people who, if it benefits them, they will attach themselves to your struggle to benefit their own personal agenda. And we've mentioned this, and it's been mentioned many times. You see how the alphabet community has attached it. You see how the feminist community has attached it. But they'll attach themselves to our struggles in these situations. But then they will branch off. They will branch off and create their own shit. And then in the media, and they'll take the same media interpretations of us to justify the same people that they're trying to defend or that they were trying to associate themselves in terms of a struggle. Now, with this whole like going back to the whole law enforcement thing, yeah, they do have a history, and now they're I actually tried to go to be a cop in VA when I was still living there. When you go to like these smaller towns or these cities, medium-sized cities where the population is predominantly black, here's what I've learned about law enforcement when it comes to like how a white kid gets in. You got some white kid who's never been in a fist fight in his entire life. He probably comes from a family of cops. He comes from a fairly sheltered background. Probably sees how black people operate from the media interpretation. Probably does 2 years in the military, still in his early 20s, hot-headed. Gets into the career field partially because of family connections. So he's not going. So however he's trained to deal with black people, particularly black men, he's going to continue that. And if you've seen documentaries like the NYPD 12, that I think is still on Hulu, you're going to see that it's a lot of most of the people who were in that documentary who called out the NYPD were black or Hispanic, and they exposed the NYPD and they've alienated themselves from the department. They're still cops, last time I checked, but they've alienated themselves from the department. So again, to me, it's like this is a double-edged sword because us as black men, particularly heterosexual, some of us are educated with degrees, some of us have certs. You consider yourself a technocrat and all that other stuff. We're not practicing self-defense on many levels. And I'm not just talking about like learning hand-to-hand combat. I'm talking about getting a dash cam in our car that has a cloud that shows that, as a backup plan. We're not studying the laws like our local municipalities, and we're not passing those on to other black men. And for the sake of misandry, if you want to bring in all the red pill stuff, I hate to say it, man, go, consent forms, we gotta really, really police ourselves first and foremost. And if we're talking about our own communities and the black on black violence within them that people are constantly use, you gotta take it into consideration. When people defend a lot of these black men who get killed, let's say a small portion of them, for all intents and purposes.
Speed it up, bro, because other people got their hands raised. Finish your point, but other people got their hand raised, so they.
Again, this is a double-edged sword. A lot of times when it's gang violence and it's a little kid that gets hit with a stray bullet, the community is not as outraged about that. The community is not as outraged. So while you cite this data, not just, for all intents and purposes, let's say a Republican black person, but people on the outside looking in, they can use it against you.
The reason why there's no outrage against, straight bullets hitting people is because there's already a criminal justice system that enforces the law on these people.
Not always, because a lot of those crimes go unreported. Hence the whole no snitching thing that was actually on Ramila Mill's panel.
Yeah, but you have ballistics and DNA and all types of forensics examination that can prosecute
They still go on, but a lot of those things still go unsolved or swept under the rug.
Yeah, but it's still a system.
And when I mean swept under the rug, bro, when I mean swept under the rug, I mean
Is there not a system? Is there not a system in place?
They're swept under the rug.
No, is there not a system is what I'm asking you. Is there not a system in place?
The system is imperfect, just like the justice system as a whole. So again, they're swept under the rug.
Yeah, but there's a system in place, right?
And when I mean swept under the rug, we're not showing the same equal amount of outrage when that little kid gets hit with a stray bullet and dies. That's what I mean.
But
yeah, go ahead. Well, actually, let's go to Jay first, and then we'll go down to we'll get to you, Renaissance.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, dude?
You guys ever notice that a slightly different subject, but that IBM is always on the wrong side of history? Like, what's up with IBM and this kind of racial eugen? Like, they're always on the wrong side. Like, first the Holocaust,
yeah,
and the Jamaica eugenic study.
Yep.
Then I don't remember if you remember the controversy with the Muslims. Mm-hmm. IBM was asked, I think it was the Intercept maybe, if they would help track American Muslims, and they said yes.
Yeah.
I just find that strange. Like, what's up with this company?
They're a part of digital colonialism, and so although they act as a benign tech company, they are 100% involved. Facebook has taken over that. Facebook and Google taken over IBM's role in all of this type of stuff too. But that's a different story. And so that IBM just. They're opportunists in that regard, that they just want to get to the big bucks, man, and control that area. And that's a part of digital colonialism. So you make up a very good point. Go ahead.
Well, I would think their PR people would say, well, let's leave this alone. We were already involved in the eugenic studies and the Holocaust. Let's find some other business. But I guess
and they didn't pay reparations either, too.
Wow, I didn't know that part.
Yeah, they didn't pay reparations for that. Let's go to Renaissance Man. Got his hand raised.
Now I was going to ask two things. One, as far as I know, someone said we were not being as, I guess, proactive. One thing that did pop into my mind with technology, it seems like cameras are really making a difference. And I'm just wondering, with wearable technology and all this, and the cost of technology going down, like the options available for, like, if you are a black dude and you want to go out, like putting something like a camera on you that is recording to the cloud 24/7, where, it's not really you, something happens to you and you have you don't have no say because you're dead and it's just their word. So I don't know if you had any insight into something like that or things that are on the market. But then two, I was just wanted to ask about, I believe it was Mugen Black. He was saying people aren't outraged. I hear that that argument. I don't see how we can measure outrage. I mean, they're kind of different in the sense that some of these make the media, some don't. Of course, people are going to be more outraged about something that makes national media versus something that people just know happens in the city. So I just don't see how you can really compare, like, outrage over here to outrage over there to this to that, because the, like, Tyshawn Lee, things like that made national media. I mean, there was outrage with that.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to say. You just answered the question. Not everything makes the media. And if the media does not respect people's intelligence in general across the board, no matter what ethnicity there is, why are we allowing the media to get us to be outraged? For everything, every time I think of I don't really follow the news. I just, it's only because of the black sectors of YouTube that I actually have in my algorithm that I kind of know what's going on. So when I listen to you guys and I kind of go and like read some of the articles, I think, okay, and I think, and I'm like, okay, so I agree. I agree with the whole history and the facts of what Mike B is saying, but I also agree with like what guys like Fantastic are saying also. So again, it's like for me, I have to look at it from different perspectives and understand that okay, why don't we take the hard cold truth? Why don't we take the hard cold truth? Because I hate to quote 6ix9ine. Just because one person is right doesn't mean that you're wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So when I look at like the whole situations of like these wannabe vigilantes targeting black men, and I've been in situations like that, and I've actually I've actually pumped and stepped to white security guards who were armed when I was living in Virginia when they were trying it on another black when they stepped to a black kid once, and they were scared as fuck because I had worked armed security, I've worked I had an MP background on a guard, so I know how. I guess you could say I know how to approach certain people versus these guys, and these guys were like 10, 15 years older than I am. So it's a matter of knowing. It's a matter of knowing your tools and trying to know as much as you can about the situations and scenarios. So when I think of like those scenarios, and I notice that okay, so you're talking about technology, right? How police are using technology and like that Stingray thing from the law enforcement perspective, and I guess nigga shit where niggas constantly telling themselves, they're a felon, they're on probation and they're posting with a gun, and that makes law enforcement's job easier. How do you? What do you say to somebody? What do you say to law enforcement of using technology when it's situations like that and people are allowing themselves to get caught?
So you have to, yeah. So the point that you're making is not the focus of the topic.
So you saying I'm diverting?
The point of the topic is that hate crimes are not always reported, right? The incidents are not always reported. So
I find hate crime an oxymoron personally, because
that's your opinion, but the justice system doesn't believe that, right?
But then the justice system doesn't respect the people in general, especially black men. So are you trying to actively attack the justice system and find ways to change the justice system to truly make it just? Or
no. The point of the topic in the conversation isn't about whether or not a straight bullet is hitting people in the community and walking around convicted felons. That has nothing to do with the topic. The topic is the hate crimes. If you're targeting black men, that's a hate crime, right? If you're targeting that's a hate crime. And so when these incidents happen, and we say, you have a fraudulent case like, what happened with this brother with the khakis, okay, that's fine. What about the other ones, right? Are we going to ignore the other ones too? That's the question. Are we going to ignore these other ones? How long are we going to play the game of, well, some, not all white people are targeting black people? That's bullshit. There's a whole entire system designed for that. There's a whole algorithm designed for that.
And I agree with you, but here's the double-edged sword.
Okay.
Here's the double-edged sword. Every time shit like this happens, now black people want to go up in arms. They want to, cry outrage, and then they go after the wrong type of people. They go after white people who really have no control over that are probably on the same socioeconomic level they are, if not lower. And then they'll target them for bullshit like cultural appropriation. Like I seen a video of this black girl chasing this white boy with dreads around a school hallway, saying he's appropriating culture by wearing dreads. That's the type of shit that we target. So again, while we can blame those individuals, we're not, as a people, as a group of men, we're not really helping ourselves. They say God helps those who help themselves. I'm not trying to be religious and spiritual, but I don't think we truly help. I don't think we truly helped ourselves. Otherwise, these things would happen less and less.
All right, let's go to Perfect Blackness. He got his hand raised.
And see, just like the young brother here just got done talking, for me, we love to try to blame ourselves. We always try to find reasons and ways that we could have avoided some situation that was completely unavoidable. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand that. And when you talk about, because they always quickly, because I heard that panel, fantastic. I couldn't stomach, going up because I knew that I probably would have got thrown off.
Mm-hmm.
Right. because I heard all of that, black on black this, black on that, and this, that, and the other. Black people always want to bring that shit up. But the thing is, black folks get prosecuted.
Right.
Black
Not
people
all.
go
In
to
fact, they get
prison.
protected.
Hold on,
In
man.
fact,
No,
they
no, no.
get
Wait a minute.
Hold on, Eugene. Hold on, Eugene. Let him finish his point.
Black people get prosecuted. I got a brother in prison right now because he committed some fucking crimes.
against another black
I
person.
don't make excuses for him. None. Zero. Absolutely none.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't make excuses for black folks that go to prison. I don't make excuses for that. I don't say, well, you couldn't. No. But black people always got excuses for white folks when they do shit against it on fucking TV, on video.
No one's
We
excusing
got
white
more
people for doing that
excuses.
shit. No
We
one-
got all
I'm not
kind of
excusing the white
excuses
people.
for white folks, all kinds.
Mm-hmm.
But when our
I'm
brothers
not-
and
I'm not
sisters,
excusing it.
when they
I'm not
commit
excusing it.
crimes,
What I'm saying is,
when they commit crimes, I am not one of the type of people that say, you know what, the system set it up for you, all that. But you know what, you gave the system every opportunity to lock your black ass up by going out and sell those drugs, by going up and sticking somebody out with a gun, by going out and committing that burglary. You did that. Yep, the system is really, it targets you, and you put a bullseye on your goddamn back and say, come and arrest me.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I don't make excuses for
Thank
them.
you.
But we need to stop making excuses for white America and the system for when they do shit to us on live when they murder us on video and get away with it. Get away with it.
Oh, Jose, what's your name, brother? What's your name, fam?
Perfect blackness.
It's Perfect Blackness.
Yes.
He just fucking knocked the ball out the park. I'll address this right when the rest of you cats finish because my hand's raised. I'll wait.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me just add on to his point, because that was the point that I was making, that it doesn't necessarily have to be a murder. It's just the stalking, right? The brother at the Budweiser facility was not murdered. He was being harangued at work, in his workplace. He was doing his job. What about the other brother in Ohio or Indiana who was working for GM at a GM plant and ended up with a noose on his desk? How do you explain that?
Some people do, and people do that just to incite you too. Some people do that; they get enjoyment out of it.
and can I say this? Can I say this? And I'm off because I got things. I gotta get back to it.
Mhm.
While your grievances are legit, to me, it's like Killmonger. The only difference is, at least Killmonger was trying to be physically prepared, or not physically, but prepared across the board to attack those scenarios. If we're not prepared to attack those scenarios on a legal, on a financial, on a political, and for all intents and purposes, a technological level, then all we're doing is complaining. And there are you. I mean, I love this. I love your channel, man. But with what's going on, there has to be a system set in place to where, just like you're trying to mentor with the whole IT thing, we should be preparing in those aforementioned realms as I just said, to attack those situations and those scenarios and those grievances.
All right, let's go to Nicole 11. Hand raised.
Hey, peace to the panel, everybody. All right, you guys be safe.
Hey, have a good one, bro.
Yeah.
Peace out. All right. The bottom line, very simply, is this: we're 6% of the population here in the United States, black men, and we're 40.6% of the men in jail. How do you explain that? All right. Where over 60% of the crimes that you do are nonviolent. How do you explain that? Okay. Literally, from the time that you came from out of Emancipation Proclamation, fought in the Civil War, you had your supposed to be reparations for Reconstruction was cut back in the 1870s. Then you went well into the 1890s, where you got involved in labor movements and so forth, and they cut you back on that. Where all was promised to you was knocked out of the box. Then they came in with Jim Crow, the black laws, everything else like that came through, the black codes and all that. And you went through a wave of lynchings that was so extensive Black people had to go to international sources. First, the UN, when it was first started in 45. Paul Robeson came in with his own anti-lynching legislation that he brought to Geneva, to the Geneva Convention, to complain about what was going on in the United States with Black people being hung and murdered and killed. And we had many Europeans and so forth who were ultimately looking at this and horrified by this. That's what stopped a certain level of wave of lynchings that were no longer going on openly in the public as they did well up into the 50s. This is when 1950 is when Paul Robeson came on with his legislation and went to Geneva with it. Paul Robeson, the actor, the activist and singer and orator. Then we came into the 60s where we had 65 and so forth, your war on poverty and your civil rights and everything else like that moved from there. That had that showed some real openings there. And then from the 70s, you came in after that was shut down. You had your drugs coming into the community. You had a massive amount of what was called incarceration for Black people, mass incarceration. You had people like who worked for the Nixon administration, Nixon advisor, John Ehrlichman said that we targeted the Black community for drugs. Politically, we want to knock them out of the box because they are a political problem for us. Lee Atwater and these guys came with their Southern strategy and said, we have to come out and we can't say nigga and all the stuff right now openly. So what we have to do now is code the language and stuff like taxes and law and order, and all this kind of stuff, that is code for shut these niggas down, hurt these niggas. And now, and this is I'm just going quickly, thumbnail sketch, going throughout history over the decades as to the systematic attacks that have been on you. And now here we are, once again with a very strong resurgence of the right wing game that was ushered in by let's say Ronald Reagan and his whole piece of his law and order piece as well, and coming in here and saying, cutting back on various kind of programs like Head Start that really helped you get ahead of the game. And from education, they shut that back, and then they wanted to they wanted to jail you more, and then we started to see this mass incarceration game go up a lot more. And then of course, then your first Black president that they called him, Clinton, came in there and just tripled down on it and really started tearing you out the frame. And now you've got this resurgence in ultra right wing conservatism once again that has never gone away, but has got a very strong resurgence. And what they're telling you to white community is, we've been attacking these Negroes for so long, it's now open season on them, and you can kill them at any time now. And I don't know if you guys remember that movie Predator. Anytime. It's any time now. So when they see you, they just roll up on you and just start blasting on you and gatting on you. They feel they can get away with it, and they have gotten away with a lot of it. And now you can sit down here and try to blame Black people all you want. You are dealing with a demonic, bloodthirsty, savage enemy who wants to keep you in a certain place. Take your labor for as granted as possible. Take whatever tax monies, wherever you can get involved, and give you very little for what you've put in, and keep you in a certain position in this country where you are fearful to rise, shoot and kill you all the time. And what you see from these Negroes who sit back and consistently let Whitey off the hook, he's pusillanimous. What he is telling you is, I'm afraid of these people. Now, he's not going to tell you that. It could be some big brother talking like he's live. I'm afraid of these people. I'm going to go with them more so than that, because that might, in some ways, keep us somewhat protected. But it hasn't done that at all. Hasn't done that at all. You are that young brother that was hunted down the streets. He was hunted and shot down. Shot. Some white broad runs into some man's house and just kicks in the door and shoots him up in his living room. And all of these microaggressions, you have to understand, people, you're not getting out of this thing without a very serious fight. You're not going to get to your freedom or your freedom land or whatever you're thinking about You're not going to get there without a fight. White man is now doubling down and saying, if you don't get the gat and start to deal with me in a way that I understand and respect, you're finished, because we're coming after you. We're going to shoot you in the streets. Our law is going to shoot you down. We talk about here on the Brain Trust about getting your guns, getting your how would I say, and when you get your guns, you want them legally. You don't want them illegally running around with illegal guns. You want legal guns, legal gun permits, legal licenses to move around and protect your neighborhood. We're going to have to get back to almost a militia, military type style of protection of your neighborhood, and kill some of those who are coming into your neighborhood to kill you. That's the only thing that they're going to respect. And I remember I was flying to Brazil some years ago when I had a white guy. He was from Appalachia, didn't see a black man until he was 12 years old, and told me straight, he says, the reason why you black people will get the problems y'all have is because y'all let them do this to you. And he talked about how he was poor white in his area, and he said the whites on the other side of town looked at them like they were animals. But the reason why they didn't come over there and start killing a lot of these guys the way they did, because they knew that they had these old family grudges, and they'll take that shit down 100 years. And if the cops' families around there, they'll go after that cops and everybody else for 100 years if need be.
All right, let's go to.
But Mike, before you cut me off, I just wanted to let people know that that's exactly the kind of game that what we're dealing with here. We have to be very realistic about what we're looking at. And I just want people to understand that from a feeling tone of black men. When people come after you in a way where they're misandrous, even your black women, okay, and other black men who engage in that as well, they're setting you up to get killed. At the end of the day, they're setting you up to get killed. And people don't seem to understand what you're dealing with. And I just want to keep that very real. And for our black intellectuals and all that like that, that's where this thing is coming down to. It's going to be a quasi street thing. I don't want us to lose sight of that. And we have to consistently build our institutions and the strength of our community to be built around protecting ourselves. Because we're not protecting ourselves. And no, you can't let this bloodthirsty animal walk and sit down and tell you that it's okay for them to kill you, and you're giving them an excuse to do it. We've done that for too long. It's about time for us to wake up and really see what's going on like we used to back in the old days. Okay, when we had our communities where we protected some of them. Okay, when we had our militias moving around, just like that sister who walked up into that Michigan office, state house, just 2 days ago, and was under some level of threat. And who did she walk in there with? Bunch of brothers with guns. And then she came out safe with a bunch of brothers with guns. That's the game we got to play. I hope you guys understand this. And for those who don't, well, you'll further see how this thing is going to end. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Onyx Sentinel because he had his hand raised.
No, Nagone mentioned something, which is fine. I'm good. You could go to Perfect Blackness.
All right, Perfect Blackness, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad to see David Monroe then came up, so welcome. But I wanted to kind of expound on some that Nagone, with the point that Nagone made. You know, and this is conversations like this and situations like this and the present circumstances and reality in which Black America find ourselves, in particular Black men. This is a reason why I strongly advocate that Black men really get their Second Amendment game on fleek. Get your Second Amendment up. You know, I think it's time out for marching around in circles every time stuff like this happens. We need to get our Second Amendment game up. Period. And that's just the bottom line. There's nothing wrong. We have a God-given right to fucking protect ourselves. A God-given right. And we have a segment in Black America who says that we should not do that. That all of these instances that we see here are just isolated incidents of individual white racists. No, this is a system. This is systemic. And it ain't new. This thing goes all the way back to goddamn slave codes and all this other bullshit. We are, in terms of Black men, we are the only disposable demographic in the United States. We are in a dangerous predicament. I'll let David Monroe go.
DE Raptor had his hand raised. I'm not sure if we skipped over him or I wasn't here. So
Yeah, I'll wait. What's going on, guys?
what's going on, man? DE Raptor, did you speak earlier or no?
Shalom, everybody. No, I didn't say anything.
All right, go ahead.
I let Nagone keep on going. I agree with Nagone, but there's a history. You know, we got this history. Everybody knows the history, but we also have a problem. I don't know how much you guys know about history, but I'm gonna go way back to Spartacus. Spartacus tried to overthrow Rome. He wasn't, well, he was a Roman. He wasn't a Roman citizen. If you look at how Rome used to confer citizenship, he wasn't a Roman citizen, but he saw what the Romans were doing, and he tried to overthrow Rome. He was an outsider. Rome saw him as an outsider. What did they do to him? You can't fight this system from inside. You guys have, I've heard people talk about how we can go into politics and we can go to the, you know, get on the school board and climb all the way up to the president. He already went all the way up to the president, and he couldn't do anything about it. As a matter of fact, the first time he spoke out about it, he said, that could have been me. And all of white America jumped down his throat and the boy backed up. You have one Caucasian woman standing in front of him and stick her finger in the president's face. And the CIA, the people who were supposed to be guarding him, nobody said a word or did
I
anything
wish
to
I
protect
protected
him.
the president then. Wish I was there.
She stuck her hand in his face,
I would
got
have
up
had
in
that
her
finger.
face, and nobody got between her
I
and
would have had her finger up that funky white ass of hers. I would have given her her own
yeah,
finger.
this is
Oh boy.
either you got two options. Somebody do something untowards. Massive speak. There was one American president said, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." What does that mean? You know the man who did it. You know, my dad, my granddad always taught me, you know what? It already happened. Be silent about it. But any dark night, dogs don't come out. Everybody know where the man lives. Why are we complaining? His family knows. Why are they complaining? They know they're not going to get justice in the courts.
This is a street thing. A lot of guys don't understand what they're dealing with. They've been coming at you for the last 150 years, and they haven't stopped. My mother was really upset saying, look at how they're killing these young people. And I used to see this when I was a kid. Same shit's going on today that my mother saw over 90 years ago, damn near 90 years ago. The fuck is this? And you still trying to, you're still trying to negotiate with a demon? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Got you out here spun around, tearing yourself out the frame. Got your bitch running around fucking these motherfuckers with AIDS like it's all right. And then you giving them a pet. I mean, we got all kind of crazy shit going on. Negroes backing up these savages, talking about they got it the right thing. I'm glad to be around them when they hate your fucking guts. And these are the people you're supposed to be around. They redlined you, sanctioned you, murdered you. 200 anti-lynching bills have come across have come across the state the federal houses here, the legislative branch houses here in these United States, and not one of them has passed.
Yeah, they got one that passed the House, and it's still sitting in the Senate right now.
It's still sitting there, but 200, and you Negroes sitting there. Well, you know, I'm down with the black media. What? You Negroes, you're not getting at this thing without a fight. These white guys are looking at this thing like our population is shrinking. We're smaller. They're going to become more recalcitrant in their game.
Facts.
And you, the black man, are the problem. Just like everyone else sees you. And what do they want? They want to kill you. They want to kill you. Even that soft-looking dude walking around wearing the hair game and everything else like that. Unless he's a straight-up Metzafanoik, all right. And they got nothing to worry about him on, where he's totally emasculated any man walking around here is considered a problem. And that's why they've sold you the heterosexual problem of being a black man. You're like a white man, if you will, or you're a problem. You know, why is a heterosexual black man a problem? Because you're the protector, if anything, and you must be eliminated. And this feminism and everything else like that plays into it, which puts you at further risk. Black male misandry puts you in front of the gun so you can be killed and your life is taken as less than. That's the game here. That's what you're dealing with. When you break all of it down and you cut all the crap to the side and you look at this thing for what it is, this is what you are looking at. Make no mistake about it. You can put your head in the sand like that of a ostrich and say this ain't so. Fair enough. When you pull your head out, there's going to be a nice curved scythe looking to take that son of a bitch off. And then you wonder, how the fuck did this happen? Well,
you know, the guy who came up with that article, and I think that was from VSB, Very Smart Brothers, talking about straight black men are the white people of black people. That was a fucking black guy. And not only was he a black guy, he's a black guy basically in the history, I'll say. He's right along in the history of all the black people who followed along with the liberal agenda. And this is a part of the liberal agenda. I know people seem to have their issues with conservatism and all that shit, but the conservative agenda isn't to take your woman from you. The conservative agenda isn't to get your boy as a sex change operation.
Do you know what a liberal is? A liberal is a conservative who just acts a little bit nicer. Ain't no different. Liberals are the same.
Yeah, that's a nice slogan, but there's an actual ideological difference between the two camps in this country.
When you look at the true ideological differences of what they talk about between liberal and conservative, there's no difference. That's why when you look at today, what's going on with neoliberalism, look that up and see what that really means. What's that really?
Okay.
In particular, how they handle
liberals
black
want
folks.
you to kill your babies, and the conservatives want you to feed your own goddamn kids. There is a fundamental difference.
Who wants you to kill your babies, my friend?
The liberals.
The liberals want you to kill your babies?
The abortion agenda.
Were those the same liberals that were sitting back there using your kids as alligator bait back in the day? I mean, you have to look at it. Abortion and these kind of things have existed in this country for a very long time.
Bro, what are you Whoa, what are you doing? What is the connection between abortion and alligator bait?
You don't know. You don't know about that.
I know what you're talking about. I'm asking you to draw the connection in this conversation.
Why does it?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. We can't. Nobody can't hear each other if keep talking to each other.
Go ahead, Mike.
The connection that he's trying to make is that the so-called conservatives who care about who are considered to be pro-lifers, they weren't so pro-life when it came to black babies being fed to alligators during slavery.
Okay,
bro, those people aren't here today. Like, come on,
they're not here today
with 200-year-old crime.
Culture,
they're not here. The children are here.
Yeah, culture has not changed.
They are here.
The culture has not changed.
No, the
Where's
culture
the
has.
alligator bait? Where's the alligator bait in 2020?
Hey, David, they are here and they've never left. They've
And
never
then
gone.
not only that, you said something a few minutes ago.
They've never
Where
gone.
are the white people walking up into the black neighborhoods looking for niggas to kill? That's a rare thing.
Yeah,
That's
they call cops.
Super
They
rare.
call the
It's so
police.
rare. If it ever happens, it will be on the news for months.
They're called the police.
That's a rare thing. That's why you have a new form of lynching, David.
Listen, outside of law enforcement, there are no random groups of white guys just looking for niggas in the hood to drag out and shoot.
It's going internally
into their front door and shoot them in their living room, like you said. Come on, man.
It's going internally into into the police forces. That's where your new lynching is, and that's why.
Things real fast.
That's why they went crazy about the killings of black people, with police forces, and that's why they had to bring this out, once again up into the United Nations, China, and all that we're talking about this just recently about how dare you guys come in and talk about anything about us, and look how you're killing your own people, your own black people in your own streets. Look how you're killing them. They put a lot of international. They put a lot of international heat
kicking
on them.
niggas into the street for the coronavirus. You're gonna
Say that again.
China got our black backs.
What? No. I don't want to filibuster. I want to filibuster. I want to make sure we get to people. Onyx, go ahead.
So yeah, real fast regarding like the abortion thing or just like the pro-life choice.
Mhm.
I mean, you could look at these immigration camps where they have children dying, they have, women having miscarriages in these camps. It's just like the pro-life argument by the conservatives is clear bullshit.
It's a
They
political
don't.
football. We know.
Yeah, it's bullshit. On the second part, as far as like the institutions, you was mentioning about like the institutions. I personally think that you can switch things from the inside, but you need
Yeah, yeah, I believe you can.
it's a two-frontal thing. Like you have to have the people working the bureaucracy. So like having black law enforcement, and then also individuals pushing the laws. And this is the last thing. If the system does fall, right, we don't have anything to replace that, and it's going to be nothing but chaos. And black people are not in a place for any systems to fall in this country. Like we're not set up to that degree.
Well, yeah, we are set up to that degree because you see, see, this is the thing that bothers me, is we in the past have had our own communities, we built our own schools, we built our own churches, we had communities that functioned. Many of them were assailed, were attacked, were taken out by savages, and people like Dave Monroe and these guys may not want to acknowledge that, because they don't want to look at that aspect of America and where we were. We've had a lot of this before. Much of this was taken out. In fact, they're trying to eliminate black neighborhoods altogether right now, if you really look at it.
Yeah, they want to integrate everybody.
But to a large extent, they've come after you. The name of the game is right now, the white man has gotten so uptight and so savage that, and you've got this far right-wing conservative element, or this white nationalist element that has now, where I say the gutter has come to power. All right, not that it's really ever gone anywhere, but here it is. It's now taken the national psyche, and we've been moving more and more towards a more conservative, if you could say, factor than certainly one that is more progressive. All right, what are we looking at? What are we looking at?
Black men.
We're looking at greater and greater attacks on you that consistently have they like my mom said 80 years ago they were doing this, and the same shit hasn't changed. All right, nothing's changed. In fact, you've lost even somewhat since those days. You're under siege. You're getting killed. You're getting attacked. And the question is, what are you going to do about it right now? What are you going to do about? What are you going to do about some of this stuff? What are we going to do? You're gonna sit back and just march and still cry. It hasn't done much.
Yeah,
what I saw was on that state house, was on those state house steps, that black woman walking up there with those armed brothers, like we say in Portuguese, armados dos dentes, armed to the teeth, and came on down. Nobody got froggy. No one got froggy. They talked froggy, but no one got froggy. You got to start looking at what's going on. Sun Tzu in The Art of War said, do not assume your enemy will not come, for he will. You ought to make yourself invincible and then be prepared to greet him. And we're talking very hardcore terms now, and I know most of you don't want to deal with that, or certain segments of us don't want to deal with that, because they've got their little piece of the pie. I can sit here and say I got my little piece of the pie. But if they can pull me over in a Cadillac talking about, you come back from the gym, where you going? And I'm saying, what? You're pulling me over? You're not pulling over the next guy, but I'm coming back from the gym and I got my golf hat on, my pink golf hat on backwards, and you guys are pulling me over? For what? For what? I'm supposed to sit there and be comfortable with that?
If we're 6% of the population, what are we supposed to do with this Art of War book?
No.
I don't want to.
What are you supposed to be doing with the Art of War? Ask corporate America. Ask corporate America what they do with it. I'm done. Corporate America and the military. Ask them what they do with it.
I'm going to pull up something that we all need to address. According to the CDC, the leading cause of death for non-Hispanic black males by age group for 1 to 19, that's 1 to 19, homicide at a rate of 35.2%. And
from 1 to 19,
homicides by 28.9%. So are you going to tell me that majority of those homicides are being done by white men against black men?
it's a classic trope because you see who, if you take a look at
Dodge.
no. It's not a classic dodge because when you look at, I've studied those facts. I actually know from the actually not from the CDC, but from the Census Bureau on crime, race and crime. We know where we have a great degree of killing in our community. We know which age groups that come from between. Okay, from the ages of 17 to 34. All right, we know where that comes from. A lot of that's getting, and those numbers are actually starting to come down a great deal. Very few murders in New York City now. Very few. Okay, you have other murders going on in certain other parts of this country, but we know murders are coming down, and the murder rate amongst white folks is extremely high as well. That's one thing. That's the only thing I ever gave Cynthia G credit about when she went after these white boys. She went after their white-on-white crime rate, and she was dead on it. And that's why the white boys came after her the way they did, because she exposed them on that. I give her credit there. All right, that was about one of the few black folks I've seen out here really go after them like that, and she was dead on it.
Criminality, yeah, and that's another thing. People quick to bring up black on black crime, and it's just like, okay, let's forget the circumstances when these happen.
Exactly, and the black and they use that like. That's someone say, and they use that as a method to attack you.
Yeah, it's a white
what this brother's bringing up is he's going to use that. Well, this is a method. Well, I can kill this guy down in Florida and shoot him in the head because look at the crime rate in Chicago. That's what they try to use. They use that as a way of killing.
It's a white supremacist.
It's not bullshit, David. It's the truth. You don't want to deal with it because you happen to be of one of these pusillanimous blacks who sit around here and think that you embrace this white man's game. That's going to make you safer, and it has not, and it's proven that has not done so. You're not safe.
6% of the population. How are we
you're
really
not
gonna
safe.
gung ho and go on some kind of attack?
Who said anything? Who said anything about going on attack? I said to defend yourself.
Everything you're talking about is
no. I said to defend yourself.
Do what? Strap up and get your guns and do what?
Defend yourself.
You can't defend yourself against this white guy with his talking points.
What's that? What's that?
You can't defend yourself against this white guy with his talking points. They give him that, and he throws it out every time something like this happens.
No. He's come.
You live in a
black classic white tropes.
I know that.
You go to the far right wing and you hear them saying the same dog shit.
But he can't.
And then these guys come after attack it, and then they come after here, shoot you down in the middle of your streets, and you sit down and say, "Well, maybe he did something wrong."
But the problem with these people is that they don't tell you that when this so-called black on black crime, if you got Harlem, say for instance, and you got, I don't know, 500,000 people in Harlem, and 3/4 of those people are black. You live in a neighborhood, all black. What are you gonna have in that neighborhood? Black on black crime.
Yeah, but
no, look at it this way.
But they don't want to tell you. Your crime rates are very low right now. But anyway, go ahead, D. Go ahead.
You have
if no white person kills any black person, the death rate is not going to fall.
Why do you?
Every time I have ever asked you a question about anything that you said you don't have an answer. That's why I don't argue with you. I don't bring up points against you.
I'm sorry. Do you have a direct question?
No. We're not going to get into all that, man. Because
no. If you have a direct question, I'll take it seriously.
No, I'm not going to go there. I'm just saying the point that you can't argue with him because he's not going to understand it. We're talking about the hatred of black people in the country, and he's going off on a tangent.
He hates black people more than black people.
We have people with their hands raised, man. We can't keep filibustering over these talking points. We have people with their hands raised.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Renaissance man.
No, I was just gonna say, kind of not to take this too far off the topic, but I was gonna say the problem that I see with conservatives and with liberals is people who are black get too dedicated to the ideology, not realizing the goal at the end of the day and historically for black people has been to improve the lives of black people, and they have used the various ideologies. We have used communists have aided us in our struggle for freedom. People who would be viewed as conservatives, libertarians, liberals, all of those people have. The problem is when we go and just become tied into those ideologies and we lose sight of it. And that's kind of my message to people like David, who are the conservatives, who say, oh, the Democrats. Yes, I understand Democrats have some issues, but that doesn't mean you go to Republicans and overlook all their issues, because it's the same thing at the end of the day.
So the response I would give you is, what are the specific policies you're going to look for, and which side of the fence is going to more likely give you the policies you're asking for?
You create an agenda, and then after you create your agenda, you then say, hey, which side of the fence is going to accommodate to my agenda?
That's what I just said, different language, but we agree on the tactics. Now, here's the thing, though. If you're a black male, what are the Democrats really offering you?
It doesn't.
At the very least, the Republicans aren't promising you bullshit. They might not offer you anything, but they're not lying about not offering you anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're saying they're not lying.
Republican-
They're not lying about wanting to blow your head off. This is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Right?
like what?
Republican Senator Tim Scott stood on Capitol Hill and said, "I get harassed by police too."
Who's more a threat to us? The one who wants to kill a grown up, or
That's
the one
not.
who wants you to
That's
kill
not
your
the
baby?
question. That's not a question.
Like,
Tim
come on, this
Scott-
side of the argument the liberal side of the game does not serve the black interest any more than the conservative side. And I would argue conservative principles would push us a lot further than liberal principles.
I got to push back on that one.
No. I'm listening to what you're running in circles. My question is, what's your answer to the problems, then, David?
You letting this guy take us off topic, man.
What
No, man.
Are you talking about hate crimes? No. Give me the specific problem you're talking about an answer to.
Forget about it. Go ahead. Who's next? Go ahead.
Racism, dude. Come on, you can't solve racism.
No, David. I'll ask him. Okay, from your purview of what is wrong with Black America, from your purview, please give me what you deem as the solution. What you see as problematic in Black America, and then how you solve it.
I think the foundation of most of our issues is our disintegrating family units, which means our family dynamics are just non-existent almost at this point. Because we are losing our family dynamics, we're basically raising crop after crop of adults who are becoming less productive, less functional, and less able to actually thrive.
Okay,
we have more black men educated now than any other time in our history.
So you think, David, if you're going to have some
But
stability,
our population group is also shrinking.
Don't you agree?
No. You can't. Don't move the goalposts.
Don't you agree? You're going to need good jobs. If you're going to want strong families, you're going to need a solid economic foundation.
Of course.
Okay, so you think Republican policies are going to give Black people a solid economic foundations versus liberal policies, or a better one?
Yeah, think of it like this: if the Democrats are the party of the poor and the Republicans are the party of the rich, then by extension, one side wants more poor people to vote for them, the other side wants more rich people to vote for them. Republicans want you to get out, start a business, hire people. Democrats want you to be well fed at the welfare line.
No, okay.
Republicans actually don't want you to vote. All right, Republicans don't actually want you to vote. All right, and there are more whites on welfare than there are blacks, even per capita. So the bottom line, very simply, is when you really start to break this down and you look at the Republican states. Hold on a second, don't cut me off here. Look, if you take a look at at a breakdown of the red states, which are the more the Republican conservative states, and then you look at the blue states, where are the jobs, where are most people working?
Not to mention, when Barack Obama was president, didn't he expand Pell Grants, which lets poor, lower income people go to college, which gives them a better chance?
He sure did.
At establishing themselves in the middle class and up.
In fact, you have many Republicans now starting to say that some of our conservative principles are not going to work now. You know, given the realities that they see. You know, and that's why you got white guys. That's why you got white guys running.
I was talking about a policy.
Yeah, that's why you got white guys running up in the state house talking about put us back to work. Don't treat us like no niggas, or we're gonna start killing people.
Well, hold on now. The back to work issue and tied into the voting issue has more to do with the Hispanic vote than it does the black vote. We're trying to filter out illegal votes.
What are you talking about? You talking about David Carroll's point?
You talking?
Is this a David Carroll point you talking about? What are you talking about, man? What the fuck you talking about?
When you talk about Republicans wanting to quash the vote, They're trying to filter out illegal votes. That's the Hispanic
You
population voting
are
illegally because there are tons of illegal
out of you're out of your mind.
But go on, you
Oh.
gotta let him finish his point.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So you're going to say that the illegal population doesn't also affect voting. You're going to tell me that the Democrats don't support illegal immigrants because they know that leads to more votes.
Bro, do you know how rare voter fraud is?
Hold on a second. He's not listening. Okay, he wants to give the point. Take a look at the last gubernatorial elections. Okay, in you talking about in Florida, even though this guy's finished, and then take a look at the ones that we saw going on in Texas, and take a look at the voter elimination or suppression rolls that got knocked out. Take a look at those numbers, and that's just an example. That was recent. Just take a look at how they knocked off most of your people's voting ability. 1.5 million in Texas, over 685,000 in Florida. All right, which could have been which could have determined the outcome of those elections. And there wasn't a whole lot of Hispanics on there at all. It was black people. But see, you haven't looked at that. You don't study this. You don't look into this kind of thing. So you make those statements that you make because you're not looking at this. You're not looking at this thing for why are you being targeted, and other groups are not being targeted as much.
What documentation do you need to get a voting register? Like to register?
Hold on a second.
Driver's license?
Don't even change the subject. They
No, this isn't changing the subject. I'm just going to remind you how real it actually is. If all you need to vote is a driver's license, illegal immigrants drive,
they illegally
then
knocked
illegal
off
immigrants vote.
your votes. You're bringing up this bullshit trope
If you can get a voter registration
about
with a
foreigners,
driver's license,
of which you
and
don't
illegal
understand when
immigrants can get driver's licenses, it means they can vote.
when they're talking about Mexicans and they run that down, that's a euphemism for your black ass. Whether you see that or not is another question. That is a euphemism for you. They're not just talking about Mexicans. They're talking about your black ass fam. They're talking about you. They're talking about you. That's who they're talking about. They're not just talking about
since when do
illegal
black
Mexicans.
people have a hard time
They use that as
registering to
coded
vote?
language, and they're talking about you. And they're trying to get you off the rolls as much as possible. That's what the Republicans do. The Republicans try to eliminate your vote. Okay, the Secretary of States of these states determine who determines the elections. They determine who's good on the game and who isn't, and that's how they use that. And they use that as a form of warfare. Okay, and some could say it's a fair game or whatever. But if that is okay, then that's what they do. They use that to eliminate your votes. Okay, they did the same thing in the Bush election years ago. Man, in Florida with Jeb Bush, they did the same thing there. I mean, these are the things that they do, and they do this consistently. That's what the Republicans do. That's the game that they play.
I was going to say,
they eliminate you from voting. Okay,
I was just going to add.
That's how they keep their game going. All right?
I was just going to add too. I'm looking at an article right now. Since 2012, from 2000 to 2012, there's been 2,068 cases of election voter fraud nationwide. But all these people are concerned about voter fraud when it's that minute. I mean, come on. And you've had the guy, I can't remember his name. He used to be a Republican strategist. He literally wrote in his notes that the purpose of these laws was literally to suppress the vote. I mean, this is clear, open documentation.
Yeah, you're talking about Karl Rove, and Karl Rove was a student of Lee Atwater called the Southern Strategy. David, what I want you to do, David, what I want you to do is I want you to study the Southern Strategy and then talk to us about this when you become edified from it.
I'm familiar with Lee Atwater and his regrets on his deathbed. Yes, I'm familiar with his
the Southern Strategy as broken down by Lee Atwater and those of his adherents and let's say students that have been practicing this ever since. I'd like you to study that and talk about that, and then you wouldn't be wasting your time sitting here talking to me about Mexicans and fraud voting. You sound crazy.
All right, now.
You sound crazy.
Can I ask a simple question, a simple logic deduction? Am I wrong in stating that you simply need a driver's license to get a voting registration?
You simply need a driver's license? What does that mean? What are you saying? No.
Okay, if that's all you need to vote,
no.
and illegal immigrants can get driver's license.
Okay.
then that means illegal immigrants
Okay.
can vote. Is that logic somehow
Okay,
flawed?
so
No, you have to be on the rolls
okay.
too.
No.
That's how you get on the rolls. If you can get a
You have to
driver's
be
license,
you have to be a legally registered voter. And my question to you is, why did they primarily target Afro-American voters in Texas and in Florida? Why did they? And Greg Palast, who happens to be a journalist, who wrote a book called Ballots, Billionaires, and Vultures, and wrote a book on this about politics and how these guys use voter suppression to keep the system going the way it is, and they use this as a tactic. Okay, fair enough. They use it as a tactic, but it happens. And why were you targeted more than anybody else? That's my question. Now, you may not be aware of this, and if you're unaware of this, I want you to become aware of this and explain that to me.
And the way that they did it in Texas
I'm not
was
gonna
really
beat a dead horse
egregious.
on this issue, but I'm going to need to see a whole lot more before I accept everything on face value.
Well, I can't sit here and say, well, you can't accept it because of your ignorance. All right. I expect you to be more fully edified before you come up and have this type of discussion. All right. And if you come in here with extraordinary weaknesses and incompetences in this area, how are you going to sit here and question what anybody here is saying? When you can't
Dude,
even.
there's no weakness and incompetence in pointing out that the Hispanic vote is actually a threat to our own black vote.
It is not. That's a David Carroll talking point.
How
He's
is
a
it
fucking
not?
idiot.
How is it beneficial?
Okay, that's some dumb shit. Okay, you're one.
So how is
You
it
are
good
you
for
are
us
in
to
fact
stand
you are
for
in fact a very critical swing vote in this country. And in fact, the reason why this orange bastard is in there right now is because
Well, remain
2
a
million
swing
of us.
vote
Wait,
Okay,
wait,
more than 2 million of us did not vote.
I was going to add
Won't
too, in
remain a
Mississippi,
swing vote
David.
if we're outpopulated.
I was going to say too, in
No.
Mississippi, David. There's even.
I can't talk politics. This guy is just not. He don't have it. Anyway,
No, I
go
was
ahead.
gonna, no, I was going to say, and then we can go to perfect blackness. I was just going to say, in Mississippi, David, there is talk of a Black and Hispanic coalition coming together and possibly taking over the state legislature, or at least attempting to, because Mississippi is about, I believe, like 35, 37, and you have a Hispanic population that's growing.
Okay, look,
I'm just not believing in the Black and Brown coalition, but you go right ahead and believe in it.
now on that what David just said, I kind of agree with him on there. I really don't buy into a whole Black and Brown coalition in terms of the this whole voter thing. I can tell you, in Texas, it was a real egregious case. I didn't expect to be getting on this subject, but in Texas, it was a real egregious case because when they passed those laws, then they turned right around, really secretly and awfully. They started closing DMVs and post offices that were really close to mostly where blacks would use.
That's exactly right.
They passed those laws, then they made it really. They frustrated the rest of the black population for even going to go vote. That's why it's no accident that when you see on TV all of these long lines to go vote, hours and hours. That shit is on purpose. That is not. It is really. They can very easily make it easy to vote, but they don't want to do that. Okay, now in terms of the Hispanic vote, this is one of the things where I got a problem with the liberals because it seems to me to be kind of an effort to replace the black vote, in particular black male vote, with Hispanics. That's why I think there's a tacit, how shall I say, there's a tacit agreement within the liberal circles to for a lot of these voter, suppression tactics and all of that, because they really want to bring in these Hispanics to actually replace. That's why I think there'll never be a real black and brown coalition. Now I want to go into to this whole black on black crime, because every time I actually started to do this when Mr. Fantastic's panel, we was talking about this the other day. When they start getting, because it almost inevitably, anytime you start getting into issues like this, always the black on black crime thing always comes up, but stats are never really come on. And someone said on this panel that blacks disproportionately kill by at an astronomical rate than whites. No, according to 2018 FBI statistics, and they're still compiling the 2019 statistics, there were white murders. There was 3,315. Of that, 2,677. That's at 80.75% of white folks were murdered by white people. 88.8% of black murders have taken place by black folks. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because anytime a subject like this come up and they always bring up black on black crime, to me, it's a deflection. Okay,
Of course,
it's a deflection because 88% and the FBI they have sociologists who go into act. Well, why is it? They break it down to this one word: proximity. People commit crimes to those who are closest to them. People make victims of those who are closest to them. Period. Black folks or white folks are not going to go into. I live here in Chicago. Most black folks are not going to go into the south suburbs and rob white folks when they can just go right around a few miles away and do it. And that's for the white community. That's for anywhere. So when people bringing up this whole black on black crime, they doing it as a fucking deflection.
And they use it as a method to further attack you. Because I saw that when that black man got shot in Florida with that black woman, and he was defended. A lot of white guys were like, well, look at the crime rates you have in Chicago. You know, what are you talking about? This white guy who shot this guy. I'm like, hold on 1 second. You're trying to say that you're using a Chicago statistic to justify this brother being shot by this white man in Florida in a parking lot?
It's a deflection.
You're trying to use that as a justification for why it's okay to shoot this man down? Why even that somebody like the Monroes of the world will sit here and say that, doesn't understand that even demeans them. So if somebody happens to shoot you, that could happen to you. Well, Monroe must have been doing something. Well, fuck him. He was a Negro anyway.
And I just posted the link in the...
You guys keep
that gives you
misplaying the issue here. You're overblowing the issue.
It's not overblowing the issue because that's exactly what's going on.
I'll state definitively my issue. I'll state definitively my stance, and you can attack it properly.
No. I'm just saying the Monroe's. I'm using you as an example, as one because you're sitting here, okay. But at the end of the day, you're the type of guys that sit here and say this kind of stuff. Yet you put yourselves in further danger by doing that, and you don't understand.
Well,
you don't understand it at all. And should we call you guys out on that? Yes. You should be called out on that on a regular, consistent basis because it's dangerous. And you have to understand what you're dealing with. You don't understand what you're dealing with out here. I keep saying it. I keep saying that. I bring that up because this is significant. And should we have militias and should we protect our own communities ourselves? And like we used to do, we used to have the rioters around in the South when the Klansmen were running around and trying to attack you and hang you from trees. A lot of that stuff was also cut down because you had your night patrols. And
can I run some quick numbers?
And you had your self-defense force. We had that. I mean, I think we have to start going back to that because we keep getting tired. We get fatigued, and then we just sit back, and then we let these guys continue to come back. They're relentless. They're not stopping. And we get tired.
Why are you holding on to this narrative
we don't have the ability to get tired.
Because we are, David. We are. Period. We are. The evidence is there.
Because if you think you're being hunted, I have to ask you by whom? Because according to the FBI, according to the official crime rates, when it's murder and the offender is black and the victim is black, there was about 2,570 deaths in this time span.
And most of these people get convicted, and you're getting convicted.
White and the victim is black. There's only 243. So stop acting as if white men are out here just on patrol looking for niggas to kill.
I give you one better. But listen, the police are definitely hunting us.
We're not talking about just white citizens, okay? Of which white citizens are becoming more emboldened. That's why they're doing what they're doing.
They're deputizing themselves.
But you have a literally a deputized death squad out here going against you. We can't have that in a civilized society. You can't have it. You cannot have a deputized death squad doing business in your community. You can't have it. This is unacceptable. It's uncivilized.
Yeah, people abroad look at us like, what in the world is going on?
Your crime rates are going down anyway. In New York City, your crime rates are very low. This is one of the biggest municipalities on earth, and you have some of the lowest crime rates anyway.
Okay. Let's bring some more numbers.
Okay.
No, I'm
Anyway.
gonna give you some numbers, some real numbers that don't come out my ass.
You can't accept what's going on.
The number of white people in 2019 shot by police in the United States, 370. The number of black people in 2019 shot by police, 235.
Okay, how many more white? Okay, now when you start to look at that, 235, and you look at that percentage per capita per head per number of population, okay, that's in this country. You're looking at, what are we looking at? 45 or so million black people, and you're looking at where about 300 or so, or at least about 300 or so.
Great point. Apply that same calculus when you're talking about welfare.
Or more white folks. I mean, it's
apply that same calculus when you're talking about welfare. And honestly, I accept that imbalance. You know why? Because black people, for a lot of reasons,
welfare,
have way more police contact.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Are you saying that? Are you saying that we're more on welfare because we want to be on welfare? Is that what you're saying?
No. Stop playing with the definitions.
No. I'm asking you a question.
Give me some kind of moral.
No. I'm asking you a question.
Argument. No, I'm just saying your numbers were fudged when you keep saying white people are the majority on welfare. Yeah, they're the majority population, like you just highlighted when I presented.
Okay. So there are more of them. Okay, so more of them are running around, and just by numbers, they're going to get killed a bit more, right? But if you take a look at the real numbers, it's a small number. It's a small number of population of them getting killed per capita than by us. Just like we are 6%
by
of
that
black.
measure,
Okay, hold on a second. 6% of black men are about 6%. Hold on a second. Black men are about 6% of the overall adult population. Let's just say we're about 6%. All right, but we make up 40% of the prison population. How is that?
Do we not commit more crime?
Do we not commit more?
Are they being kidnapped off the back of the street or off some back block?
Do we not commit more?
Do you really believe in the school to prison
pipeline?
Are you saying that
whites commit less crimes? Are you saying that white commits less crimes?
That can
those are very anti-black.
That is why.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure they commit less crime.
If you listen to that is why we have the problems that we have.
Bruh, if you drug war,
that is why we are here.
I am gonna jump knee deep into that shit. How do we get 13% of the population making about 40% of the homicide rate? Most of the homicide is internal against each other, but we won't acknowledge that there's just a crime problem in Black America. Fuck yeah, I'll acknowledge that we do commit more crime.
Well, why don't we read this right here? It says, before the DA's announcement, Black New Yorkers were arrested for small marijuana possession at 8 times the rate of white New Yorkers. In Manhattan, Black residents were arrested on low-level marijuana charges at 15 times the rate of white residents. So when you bring up these statistics, you have to keep in mind what goes on, what the context is and what goes on behind it. You would see the same rate for whites that you do for blacks, but it's not enforced. Why?
That's the piece we were talking about. That's right. What he doesn't want to deal with. He don't want to deal with that.
It's because, Black people are just inherently deviant. They just can't control themselves. They're just,
and therefore it's okay to do. It's okay to decriminalize them and to kill them.
No, it does not.
Dude, a high crime neighborhood, almost by definition, has more police coverage. More police coverage statistically will lead to more police contact.
No, they
created
created
that this is the life of Black people, but it doesn't imply some kind of massive conspiracy.
Why wouldn't it?
It doesn't imply a massive conspiracy.
Because Black people are the ones begging for police protection all the time.
No, that's not what that's not what
we are the victims of our own violence, and then we ask for police to help. It's like, fuck the police. That's a brain trap I don't know how to get out of.
The article that I read to everyone initially on the onset was about how police tech is reinforcing America's racial segregation. You didn't address any of the talking points from it. And so that's why, bring him in. That's why I had read the articles initially on the opening, because I didn't want to get into a Republican versus Democrat. That stuff is, you know, nonsensical at this point. It's not even relevant to what we're talking about.
Hold on, Mike. You kind of lost me for a second. You were talking about racial segregation. Bring that part back. I kind of lost what you said there.
No, I was bringing up because you mentioned the crime initially. I heard you on Mr. Fantastic's panel. Shout out to Fantastic. Why the crime rate is higher? Because it's over policed and enforced more. Right? So we just read the article. We just read the rate right here for New York. Right? Before the DA's announcement.
Oh, no. I disagree on what you're saying there. Okay.
Black New Yorkers were arrested for small marijuana possession at 8 times the rate of white New Yorkers. In Manhattan, Black residents were arrested on low-level marijuana charges at 15 times the rate of white residents. So when you say, well, there's more crime, you only reduce it down to violence. You don't reduce it down to the minor infractions.
No.
As
That's not my position
as
at
to
all.
what makes up
most
of your arrests and jail. Most of your people are in jail because of non-violent crimes.
Well, go ahead.
And let us not forget that the police may be called on white folks, but they don't get arrested.
No,
They're
go ahead, David.
They're not being
David.
arrested.
No, David, go ahead. David, go ahead.
When they introduced stop and frisk, right, and eventually did get thrown out because they were kind of going crazy with it. The way
it was illegal. That's
I wonder why.
It was illegal.
Good about it. But listen, hear me out. The way it worked was this: they put police in the areas that were already known to have more violence, more shootings, more robberies.
You keep using the term.
No, that wasn't.
Hold on. That being said, now that the police are in this area, they're going to be more aggressive about pursuing the petty crimes in an effort to stop the larger crimes.
No, that wasn't the case.
The thinking was with this: if you stop a guy and frisk him because he's smoking some weed and you find a gun, well, now you just took a gun off the street at the expense of stopping.
No.
That's why you got the whole thing. You get more police contact in these
hold a
areas.
second. David's probably not from New York. I'm from this, and I was in on this. The reason why they shut down that whole game is because the city council, you had Black city council members who sat down and did the crime statistic studies and showed that they started to initiate stop and frisk when the city was on a very steady, deep decline in crime. So they tried to say, we're going to use stop and frisk on you guys because of the crime rate. When the crime rate was dropping before they ever initiated it, it was dropping significantly, continued to drop. And yet you had these cops running around here frisking and grabbing young Black people, most who had nothing to do with any types of crimes at all, and were putting cases on kids who weren't doing shit.
Bro,
and then they started,
hold, Dave.
And then they started to really go against this stop and frisk, saying that this thing is actually illegal. It's actually unconstitutional what you're doing. You're doing almost illegal search and seizures because you have to have you have to be able to get somebody who actually has an intent on doing crime. How are you going to prove intent just by kids walking around? Crime rate was going down, and they showed it in Congress, and they showed it in the council. Here we have this deleterious program, this evil program going on here in the city by the NYPD and them that are frisking young and Hispanic youths, but primarily Black, that are not involved in crime. We're frisking them anyway. Crime is going down significantly, but we're doing this to stop crime. It didn't even make any sense.
You're missing the point of what
I'm saying. No. That is
explaining the difference.
That is the point.
Explaining the difference in the racial side of it. You're right in what you said. I'm not contradicting your.
Yeah, I want David to finish his point. David, you have
David, the program was wrong. What I'm saying is the racial side of it played out based on the location of the people. If those Black kids were walking through a white neighborhood, they're actually less likely to get frisked. You know why?
No, that's not true.
That's not true. In fact, that's when they got frisked. In fact, in many respects, that's when they got frisked the most. But anyway, go ahead.
You're more likely to get frisked in a high crime neighborhood if you're in the demographic.
No, David, you're more likely to get frisked. David, you're wrong. It says it right here.
David, you're more likely to get frisked in a white neighborhood. Just like in my area where I am. You're more likely to get pulled over. You're more likely to get frisked in a white neighborhood. It's like, what's that nigga doing here? Let's frisk him. That's what was. That's what was going on. But anyway, Mike, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're right. I'm muting up.
According to the data, that's not wrong. Most of the frisks took place in the hood.
No, I want to give David 5 minutes to finish his point and then go to Renaissance Man.
No, I was just saying that, and it's almost logically, by definition, the stop and frisk, and not only the stop and frisk, but this over-policing issue itself, almost by definition, gets put in the hood. You're more likely to encounter police in the hood. Even when you leave outside of the hood, yeah, the one cop you may see may want to frisk you, but you're only going to see that one cop. This is what I mean. When you're in the hood, there's going to be dozens all over. At any given time, they could fall on you. But out in the suburbs, it takes a long time for that one cop to stumble onto you. So I'm saying, like, even by that logic, you're wrong. No, it's going to take place more in the hood just as a matter of proximity and the violence rate in that area.
What the fuck is this guy talking about? I mean, you're in New York City. We have a very low crime rate. The crime rate was going down precipitously. It was very low, and they were stopping and frisking people all over. When you're in a white neighborhood,
New York City right now, you don't.
Hey, don't cut me off, David. Hey, David, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Be quiet. All right. All right. The bottom line, very simply, is when you roll up into a white neighborhood and you start moving around, or a more whitish neighborhood, they're going to frisk you. It's happened to me. I remember I was on the Upper East Side one time, and I was going to a friend's house just to go to a party. And next thing you know, cops are pulling me over. I'm walking across the street. I asked my boy Dougie Fresh, Doug Friedman. I was like, Dougie, walk me back, man, to my car where I parked a couple of blocks down, because I don't want no cops harassing me when I leave. And they were harassing me. This was some years ago, but this is what they were doing. And it was a more white area. And the guy's like, well, you look like somebody who I said no. And he says, well, I'm gonna go through your pockets. I said, no, don't touch my pockets. You don't have a right to do that. And the cop was like, well, where are you going to? I said, I'm going to one of my friend's house. You can get my phone and you can talk to him on the phone. I put my phone. That's the only thing that kept this guy from really going off on me, because he realized that, hey, call my man at the house who I'm going to go visit. They'll tell you what time it is. He realized that was legit. And then he left me alone. But he was trying to rifle my pockets, bro. Wasn't gonna let that happen.
The projects to just search you. They just slow you down.
So
you run into one of these fucking
hold on, be quiet. I'm trying to be cool, because this guy's a real shine bone, for real. This guy's a fucking shine. But anyway, but when I walked into, when I go any place into any of the housing areas in Harlem, let's say in Manhattan, I've never been frisked once. Not once. Not once. One time, coming out of my office, had a black cop come out and try to get in front of my car and acted all crazy, but he didn't frisk me none. He just started looking around, looking crazy. I looked at him like he was out of his mind. And then there was another guy that was with me. We looked at him. This guy was crazy. He realized that, these brothers looking at me like I'm out of my mind. I'm acting like one of these crazy niggas out here. When these nigga cops trying to go up against some black guys, let me get out of here. He got in his car and drove off. All right. That's the only time I ever had any issue was with some crazy ass shine bone cop driving around Harlem trying to run up on Negroes. He ended up looking crazy. But at the end of the day, white cops are going to definitely frisk you if you're in the white area, and they're going to frisk you in a black area, because they were trying to frisk you all. They're frisking you all over, and that's why they ultimately said this. They ultimately said that this shit was unconstitutional, and it had no effect. And it had no effect on crime. No effect.
I want to go to Renaissance Man. He's had his hand raised for 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay, Renaissance Man, go ahead, man, get in here.
No. The only thing I was just gonna make a brief point, because David, you were talking about neighborhoods that are more dangerous, and I was just gonna point out, you can't really judge that on its face. I remember a few years ago when Rings and all these doorbells and stuff came out, and people started buying them, and you started seeing all the thefts of packages and stuff like that out in the suburban areas. Yes. Things you would have never known about until technology once again. So you can't just say necessarily, oh, that neighborhood's a more dangerous neighborhood, when you have things like that are basically not policed on the same level, or offenses that, drugs that, if you're in a rich or upper class neighborhood, that's not going to be really policed. But if you're in a poor neighborhood, they're going to bust you for it.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point that you bring up, Renaissance Man, about the Ring doorbells, because we covered an article last year about multiple law enforcement departments across the country having this sort of program that two-factor. One, they would pay for these Ring doorbells to be installed in certain neighborhoods, and they would aggregate the video surveillance of those doorbells into a database that would allow them to have mass surveillance. Okay. And they wanted to do the same thing in predominantly Black neighborhoods. I'm pretty sure that they did pass this in predominantly Black neighborhoods in one of these cities. It might have been Houston or something like that. And they used that technology to actually put more surveillance on to these minority low income neighborhoods without actually installing these massive cameras like they have in New York. And so the point that I'm making here, because it's a good point that you brought up about the Ring doorbells, that's what they're doing. This sort of mass surveillance program onto these predominantly Black neighborhoods, and trying to leverage all of this data that they can, which goes back to this article right here that I initially read on the Onslaught, that the methods in what they use, and this started all the way back in 1968, right, had recommended that the federal government invest mass amounts of resources into what were later dubbed criminal justice information systems. It invested millions of dollars to design and build them. The growing and persistent fear of crime was an underlying rationale, but the commission's long list of use cases for these systems ultimately proved persuasive. The computing industry, led by IBM, the federal government, national and local law enforcement agencies, and academics at elite science and engineering institutions had started developing these use cases beginning in 1965. So, what's going on? I'm just rereading these last couple of paragraphs because I want to make sure that we put emphasis behind this, that this was not something because Black people committed crime. It wasn't because Black people committed crime. Okay, the government with private institutions poured millions of dollars in resources into this program. That's when New York City Police Commissioner Harold Leary formed the Joint Study Group. This study group included representatives from the police departments, planning and communications departments, and 4 representatives from IBM. 1 was a sales manager. The other 3 were computer programmers, okay? And I'm just gonna scroll down because they came up with this algorithm here on how to outline the algorithm for enforcing law in these areas, in acquiring resources for these areas. So when you say that, well, there's crime here, there's violence here, that's not necessarily true, okay? This article here, oh shit. Let me see. Give me a second. This article here highlights that the commentary that Nagone gave earlier, that the crime was actually decreasing and not increasing, which was the justification for the stop and frisk in the first place.
They prove that in the New York City Council. That was proved, and it was brought up in meetings. I want to say one last quick thing very quickly. When de Blasio ran into problems with the police officers, who he said, "This stop and frisk is over, you guys can't even think about it," the cops got upset because he thought he was speaking against the police. Police went on a shutdown. What we saw very interestingly, and which nobody talks about, is the crime rate even went lower, which people were like, what? No cops around and the crime rate got lower, which ultimately started to show that the more police you had around, you had higher crime rates. Why? Because the cops are doing more harassment, arresting more people over bullshit, and geeking up the crime rates or the crime figures themselves by arrest because of their presence. So the less presence you had of less police around, the less crimes around, less crimes were even reported, no murders at all, no attack.
Can I piggyback off of that?
Okay, so that's what it actually showed, and that was a very bad figure. The PBA and everybody else like that started to get into it and started to shuffle and backslide and humana. They didn't know how to respond to that.
Can I piggyback off of that?
Except to say that the cops help to keep the crime rate at a certain level, and that's a very negative thing that we see, but that's a part of their presence.
The problem with law
Go ahead,
enforcement.
brother. Go ahead.
The problem with, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now here again, devil's advocate. The problem with law enforcement, particularly New York being the example, is they have a quota system, but they don't like to call it a quota system. So a lot of those arrests or even just really just tickets and citations, officers are told that they have to write a certain amount a month, basically to keep their job. And it gets to the point where a lot of times they get really desperate. And I watched this on a documentary, the NYPD 12. I mentioned this earlier before I had hopped out.
Yeah.
They were saying you saw these cops getting really desperate, and they had like coworkers or colleagues who were very condescending, and some of them is saying, "Look, we're gonna help you do some police work. We're gonna go find you somebody to write up." And like these guys were hiding cameras, and then some of these guys brought cameras in during their like monthly evals, whatever they call them, their monthly evals, and they were saying, you're not doing enough good police work. The problem is people don't like to say this, but the justice system is a for-profit system, for lack of better description. Police officers, they're not necessarily there to protect. They're responders, hence the term first responders. They're responders, and then if they're not doing that, they have to be doing something, or they have to give the notion that they are doing something. Otherwise, in the grand scheme of things, it seems as though they're wasting taxpayers' money.
Where's the devil's advocate in this?
Well, while those are the negative aspects of law enforcement,
you saying you have to have that?
No, those are the negative aspects of law enforcement, but unless you plan on dismantling law enforcement entirely and leaving response just to violent crimes to citizens, let's say, what if citizens hypothetically decided to go after gang members when they're doing drive-bys, like they armed themselves up and went after those same gang members? Would you rather the police, or would you rather do it your damn self? I mean, some people would probably say some people probably feel as though they can do a better job. Maybe there's some people out there.
But that's a false choice. Reform the issue.
I think the numbers really break it down. You don't need as many. You don't need as many police as they're putting into your communities.
And then,
they are adding a lot.
What else?
I just want to say this too. They're adding to your crime problem. We're seeing it now in large city, and the way that we're policing and community policing and so forth has to be looked at differently, because the way that it's going down and what we're doing is not very effective.
And here's something else you got to take into consideration.
Just let me finish up, family. It's not very effective. It is, in fact, in many respects, deleterious, and it's putting actually unnecessary lives at risk. And it's not even so much even just the police officers. His life is at less risk than yours is. And a study was done. All right, a study was actually done by I'm trying to think of the paper who did the story. I'm forgetting it right now. Damn, I'll remember it in a minute. Where they looked at, for every 100,000 interactions with the police, you had 145 killings. For every 100,000 interactions with let's say civilian on civilian, you had 5. So at the end of the day, the more contact you have with police, the greater chance you have of getting killed. And it was a devastating number, and they tried to keep that very quiet out of the press because it was showing you just how dangerous, in many respects, the policing game has become. Now, people could say it's training and everything else like that. I don't believe it's training. I think there's a lot of it because you have cops out here that shouldn't be on the job. They're fucked up, and many of them.
I agree.
Many of them. And many of them are doing a lot of damage. And certainly when it comes to the Black community, you are in danger with some of these police officers driving.
Some of those cops are still in the military. Some of those cops are still like Guard or reservist men. So they take that actual extra like, door kicking mentality from the military, and they go into the streets and apply that. And, maybe in some situations they need that, depending on some people. But a lot of times, at least for us, it's not like that. My thing is that they really wanted to be that way, they could have taken that to like a third world country. Like, you know, my thing is people for the most part kind of have a common sense about who to pick their battles with. There are certain areas that police won't go to. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear
There's
you.
certain-
I'm trying to find what the devil's advocate was in your statement.
Both sides. Basically, I'm seeing like, I think everybody has a side that they don't want to account for, and this is where I was really trying to get to. Everybody on this panel, you got people who are using, let's say, for all intents and purposes, conservative talking points, and then we got people that are using, I guess, you know, the opposite talking points. But even then, there are sometimes I've noticed that you will even, there's been conversations that would align with the conservative talking points, not trying to go off subject, but we know, you know, about, you know, general Black YouTube and how it always seems to be centered around dating and mating, and how guys in this section feel as though our opposite sex pick and choose those people, and those people who correlate to the crime rates, who correlate to those crimes, are the ones that are, you know, the media is both trained as perpetrators of crimes and victims, victimizers and victims. So again, my thing is this: at this point, I think since we're 6% of the population, we might as well stop having these conversations. Hear me out. Stop having these conversations and take action and formulate secret societies. We need a kind of like the Masons or even the Illuminatis, for lack of better description. I say you get your people who are in the tech, who are in the STEM, even some law enforcement and former military veterans, and we formulate secret societies. We put our money together, and we slowly but surely, the same way the alphabet community put their money up, put their money where their mouth is, we need to start doing the same thing.
What does that have,
conversations.
what does that have to do with the topic?
What does that have to do with the topic? If you take the actions that, my thing is, if we're doing what I'm suggesting, we won't have these topics in the long run.
Okay. Who had their hand raised? All right. The point that the original point on onset, hitting the books, how police tech reinforces America's racial segregation. This is the most critical piece of information as to why your crime rates are considered to be higher in predominantly Black areas than white areas. Okay. Just summarizing the article, they consider Black neighborhoods to be level 4. They consider white neighborhoods to be level 1. All right. Your police resources are allocated based on the severity level of those neighborhoods and the individuals that are in those neighborhoods. Black men are considered to be level 4 in the scheme of the algorithm. Okay. It says right here, producing and then systematizing such a profile in ways that could have measurable effects, however, required a much larger system. It would have to include more applications than just CAD, computer-aided dispatch. It would need to be networked, reach beyond a single city or local area. So now they're talking about mass surveillance. And be able to constantly ingest new data, process that data, and use them to model criminal profiles and affect future police decision-making. Such a system would be a massive undertaking. Facebook, hello. It would cost millions of dollars. Those who command it would be compelled to demonstrate that the system's output produced the desired outcome to efficiently protect America's white citizens from its most feared criminal suspects. All this other stuff that I don't know what some of these brothers are talking about earlier. I don't know who came in at what time of the discussion. I'll reiterate again, it could also be used to determine who and how many police officers are dispatched to a given area when a crime was reported.
I don't see anything to take issue with just on that level. I mean, the simple fact is, if the Black, unless you can prove rather that what that is saying is that black neighborhoods are level 4 just because they're black, then okay. But what they're really saying is black neighborhoods are more likely to be level 4 because black people tend to live in more violent neighborhoods.
No, it has nothing to do with violence.
I'm telling you, the level
No.
4 crimes are violent, are
No,
robbery, rape, murder.
Did you listen to this article?
No, you read it yourself. The level 4 crimes are considered robbery, rape, murder,
No, they
certain
did not.
thefts and assaults on like car thefts. Okay, so you go back to the part and clarify what they consider level 4 crime.
It said that, but that's not the actual.
Okay, so I was right. Okay.
Right. No, I'm saying it said that, but what I'm saying here is that's not what's going on now. That's not what's going on now. So what's the driving motivation behind it? David?
Dude, we fundamentally disagree on what the article presents here. That's as simple as I can
It
put
says
it.
right here, it could be used to determine
Could be doesn't mean is.
using census tract designations with crime weights. Gaza's formula used 5 measures of workload for a census tract. Number of index crimes, population, area, level of crime multiplied by the population. Okay, that's how they got it. It's an algorithm. And the level of crime multiplied by the area. This produced a geographical map of a city parsed by patrol beats that could be designated as high to low threat. These criteria, these criteria could then be used to determine police resource allocation. One might, for example, assign 12 police officers to a regularly patrol the high threat area and only 3 for the low. It could also
Well, what's wrong with that?
It's bad data. So if you have a bias in your policing, it's garbage in, garbage out. If I am
If you're going to say the data
over-policing,
is bad, I accept the data as wrong, and then the outcome will be wrong. That's not really what I'm getting at. If we can say that there is, like, if you just go through the crime report statistics for a given area, 2 areas, right? One area has a way higher crime rate than another. Wouldn't it be logical to put way more cops in that area with the way higher crime rate? That's really the logic I'm trying to say.
It was constructed to be a high crime area. It was constructed to be that way.
Okay, well, if you're going to say that, then that's a whole different story.
Oh, really? So
Fellas.
what was
Black
the
neighborhood?
Fellas.
You're saying the black neighborhood is constructed by the police to be that way?
what was the purpose of the social equity platform for legalization of cannabis? What was it based off of?
The social equity platform for the legalization of cannabis.
Yes.
What part of that is social equity? I'm unfamiliar with this.
The fact that you don't know this is really scary. It's really scary, man. I have to be honest with you. That is really scary.
What is
The-
the
Basically,
legalization of
let me,
cannabis
fella,
have to
all
do
right,
with
all right,
black
all right. Let me
people?
help you out. Let me
Move
help
over
you
to
guys
the
out. Let me help you guys out with the
No.
social equity of legal cannabis. which is
No, Bujin, no.
No. What does the legalization of cannabis have to do with black people? Is weed
basically
the
a
black
lot of
people's drug?
basically a lot of black men. Basically, a lot of nonviolent arrests occurred for marijuana possessions, and now that they're starting to legalize cannabis, now it brings into question whether or not cannabis was legalized to, initially to, give reason to arrest a lot of black men for nonviolent crimes. Again, it's a double-edged sword.
Say that again. They legalized it to give us a reason to.
They legalized it after the fact. After they've arrested
Well, it was
people.
already illegal, and so now it's not illegal, so we can't get arrested for it. I don't get
You're
what the line of
missing
criticism is.
the greater point because you're not well versed in these areas. That's what we're trying to get you to understand.
Well, make it
It's
plain.
not-
Come on.
The drug war that was initially waged against Black people was used to fund the Contras in Latin America. Okay,
Fair enough.
right? You understand that part, right?
That's basic. Okay.
They flooded Black neighborhoods with drugs on purpose and guns on purpose to make profit because Reagan would not actually, the White House would not fund their operation.
Yeah, and there was something called the Bowling Amendment, if you remember, which
Yeah.
illegally, which said you could not do any trade for any kind of arms or anything else like that by the government for hostages. You couldn't do
Right.
it. It's the amendment that was out.
Right.
Anyway,
This strategy was used by the British in China, what, 100 and plus years ago?
The Opium War.
Yeah,
The Opium
Right.
War.
Yeah,
Okay.
So the strategy is
There
not
was
new.
two opium
Well,
wars.
what did the Chinese do in response? They just said, no, we're getting off opium. We're not fucking with it.
They didn't just
No,
say
they still do opium.
Had a war. They had a
Let
war.
me not say it like that. Let me not say it like that. But the basic idea is that as a group, they said, no, this shit's killing us. We're gonna get
And-
off of it.
And they had
All
a
right, I
war
got a
with the
question here.
British.
I got a question, fellas. I got a question.
Everybody out and
In
went
this
to
nation,
war.
they've been closed ever since.
Hey, fellas, I got a question though. Seriously.
I'm trying to articulate a point here to David.
Go ahead. Finish
So
up, Mike.
when you look at the statistics, you say, well, those places are violent. They had this, they had that. How did they get to that point? Context matters. You don't want the context because you just want to point out the fact that they're violent. And it's not the case that they're violent. It was constructed that way for the last 40 years.
No, that's the difference. And I'm granting you the history of how it got that way. I'm not even gonna argue against that. But when you ask me why right now policing works the way it does, that is just the simplest response to that, because that's where most of the murders are.
Policing doesn't work though, in my opinion. It doesn't work
Maybe
100%
not, but we would talk about the reason why
It's
there are
not
more cops
perfect.
in one area, and I'm saying there are more cops in one area because there's just more murders in one area.
No,
Like,
Okay,
you're
this is
giving me
where- this
a
is
different
where-
thing.
you keep going to murder because that's the most extreme factor you can use to describe Black people.
Mike,
It-
Mike,
it-
let me,
it's-
Mike,
it-
whether it's
the
any
white-
other level 4 things you mentioned in the
fellas, fellas.
It's a white talking point. What they
fellas,
put you,
here's
why
here's
they
the problem.
jailed you, Crayley, was over marijuana and low small drug charges, where that war on drugs was actually a war on people to feed in a mass incarceration business by CCC, Corrections Corporations of America, CCA or whatever. And these guys sat back, mass incarcerated you, threw you in jail, mostly over small to medium drug crimes that go on routinely in the white community that they don't get convicted for, that you get convicted for. They came up with various laws for two pieces of crack of crack cocaine, okay, and then they could have 5 pounds of yayo up in the white community, and you got more and you went to jail
And
for
that's
life.
where-
You went
and
to
I
jail
know-
to life for crack, where they would get maybe 3 to 4 years for a kilo of
Not even that.
of cocaine, and they
No, not
sat
even
back
that.
and they
They actually get
steadily
swept under
put
the
you.
rug.
And well, maybe so, but they steadily put you in jail, but okay, at 15 to 20 times the rate of what happened with white people. And it's shines like yourself who sit back here and ignore that and say nothing to it.
And
That's
that's how
part of the fucking problem of why we have the issues we have today, and why it's okay to kill Black people, and why many of us sat down and accepted what went on because we had mindsets like some people here right
Oh,
now.
that's a bunch of bullshit. You
who think
motherfuckers
it's
saying
it's
it's
not a bunch
okay
of
to
bullshit.
Can
It's a
you
fuck.
saying
It's
it's
a
okay
fact.
for Black people
It's
to
a
kill
fact.
Black
And
people
I'm
because
tired of
white
you.
people gave
And
you
I'm
drugs?
tired of you,
You
nigga.
making
Let
this
me-
stupid ass
I'm tired
argument
of you,
talking about white
motherfucker.
man
Guys,
gave you
I ain't
drugs,
gonna
so
fellas.
that means it's
I'm
okay
tired
for
of you,
niggas to
nigga,
kill
man.
niggas.
Tired of you. I'm tired of you.
hold on, man. Hold on. Because nobody can hear each other if you keep talking over each other. David, the point here is if you have a system that feeds false data that was socially constructed to be that way, of course, you're going to reallocate resources for policing in areas that you already constructed to be failures to begin with. So when you say, well, the murder this, they're killing that, you always focus on the extreme because because you're extrapolating that to identify Black people, which is what the article is saying right here.
Not at all. I'm focusing on that to identify how crime gets attacked. They're just attacking where the most crimes are.
But you don't bring up the drug war. You don't bring that up.
We weren't talking
Fellas.
about the drug war specifically.
But that's how you got the crime data. How do you think you got crime data?
Well, we're talking about crime as a whole. The drug war may or may not be a part of it, but we're just talking about it.
Bruh, that's the biggest driver of.
You're gonna get. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just talking about raw numbers. If there's a certain amount of crime in one area, you can expect to see more cops. Why is that such a hard talking
Because they
point?
fixed it to be that way. That's what we're saying to you.
So Dave, there's nothing wrong with there being more cops if the data was clean, if it was actually not compromised, and it was not basically creating an outcome. You've got to
You're
look at
making
the
two different
context of it.
arguments.
No, it's not two
If,
different
no, no, no.
arguments.
If you're saying that there was actually no crime, actually no theft, actually no murder, then right, the data is
No.
wrong. If you're saying no,
No,
they're
if
intentionally
communities
causing
were
crime,
equally
you're making
police,
it
He,
like they're
he, he's
you're
going to
saying they're
extremes.
intentionally
Hey, David,
causing
what city do you
crime.
live in? Or what city do you live in?
Dude, I'm in Brooklyn right now.
You're in Brooklyn.
Oh.
You're in freaking Brooklyn. Okay.
Right.
Where are all the murders and rapings and knifings and killings going on in Brooklyn?
Not in Bensonhurst. Not in Williamsburg where the Jews live.
Where in Brownsville is this going? Where in Bed-Stuy is this going on right now?
Brownsville and Crown Heights probably right now.
No, well, probably right now. How many murders were in New York City? How many murders did we have in New York City?
I thought those places are being
Dude.
gentrified.
Not
How many-
every place is being gentrified equally.
How many murders did we have in New York City last year?
Dude, I'm not sure the actual full-on crime numbers.
you have about
If you're
300.
walking
shit,
the
I'm done,
Rolodex of statistics, then you go ahead and spin them. You
Bro.
tell me the crime
I'm
stat.
done.
Bro, I don't even live in
You
New
go ahead
York,
and
and I
tell
know
me the raw
it's about
stats.
300 a year in New York, and I don't even live there.
And what
I'm
does that
done,
have
I'm
to
done,
do
I'm
to
done, I'm
disprove
finished.
what I'm telling you? If
It
there's more,
proves what I'm telling you.
if there's more
David,
shit going on in Brownsville, you're gonna see more cops in Brownsville. How is that wrong?
Hey, David, your shit is fucked up. Your shit is
Let's
highly
not-
fucked.
let's
You
not.
just don't
I
like
gotta go.
basic
No, it
logic,
just is,
bro.
man.
It's
Come on.
basic
This
logic.
guy knows
Like
nothing
you
and he's
arguing
talking
such a
smack.
silly point.
And a silly point. I asked you how many murders were in New York City last year.
None of that has to do with what I was talking about at all. You just trying to grandstand on some random stats, nigga. What the fuck?
No, let's focus on this right here, because the point here is that the data that is used to govern policing is false data. It was constructed by people. Okay, when they designed this algorithm, this was the early stages of the drug war. Okay, the drug war kicked off a few years later. That's when they started policing people. So if you put drugs into an area, you put guns into an area, you over police the area, you're going to generate data, because the incidents turn into data. When they want to use AI today to remove the bias, but the bias is in the data itself. And so when you say, well, these areas have crime, and you seem to really focus on murder, and murder is a very small area of the crime statistics. It's not actually a high area. It's not like it's 100,000 murders a year in New York City. That's not what's happening. What's happening here is you have garbage data that is going in, and so you get garbage policing coming out of it. And so when you say, well, these areas have crime, murder, that's easy to point out from a simple response, because it was constructed so that you can leverage it for that purpose. Just like a white person says, I don't go in that area because of this. In reality, their areas are not being policed. If you go into a college campus, okay, go to Harvard University, a lot of drug dealing going on up on campus. You think they're going to go around policing those white people? You think white people are going to
How violent is a college campus?
Oh, it gets very violent up there. Just
how much? How violent? I mean, I know some scrapes break out, fights and drunk shit might happen, but generally speaking, like, how violent is it? What's the crime rate there?
Well, that data isn't always submitted, but the thing
and that's a college campus, so by default, you're going to have lower crime rate. I mean, I can give you that. Yeah, higher socioeconomics, less crime. Still, his point still stands. His point still stands. It's not policed the same.
Yeah, the drinking.
Well, no, that's all a part of my point of certain places just simply won't be policed the same. And it's fucked up, but it's going to be true if you do it by numbers.
The numbers can be fudged, can be fucked. And to be fair, Mike is right. And even shows like The Wire show that that police agencies will just, manipulate the data and stats to say that they've lowered crime rates or that crime rates have risen. That happens in Baltimore. And I'll agree with like Nagone. The crime rate in New York has went down tremendously. But when you want to talk about cities like Chicago or Baltimore, particularly before 2020, particularly after the Freddie Gray, because I'm with the Maryland Air National Guard. I volunteered for that little situation. After that situation happened, more and more crimes had like went up. And despite the beef between black conservatives and black Democrats, I have to say the crime rate went up when it was a Democrat in office in that city, because they told the police to leave people alone.
Yeah, the thing is, Michael T. Woods, who's a former Baltimore police officer, came out on record and said he was told not to police white people in Baltimore. I think I forget what county it is.
Baltimore County, probably, or one of the local county areas.
Yeah, one of PG County or something like that.
PG County's in DC. PG County's DC.
Yeah,
Maryland. Yeah.
Yeah, he said specifically on record, he was told not to police white people because they could be related to one of the
they could be a
politician, and so that you need to police black people. This is a white guy on record saying this, and he hasn't.
And you know, we have shit like that here in Tampa. Like when I moved to the suburbs, kids could get caught if you went to like the nicer, like Carrollwood, for instance. Kids do coke in Carrollwood. Kids smoke weed in, let's say, West Tampa. White boys will do coke in Carrollwood, and you know they go to rehab. Black kids get caught with weed and they go to like, what was it, W.T. Edwards. So again, I see what you guys are talking about, but at the end of the day, we have a fight. The going is right. We have a fight, but it's not just white America. It's not just these police officers. It's other black men. Sometimes these black men are the exact people that the police are allegedly targeting. The problem is we're bunched into the same category as them, and these are the men that women are choosing to have kids by.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. The topic about hate.
The point is,
black men not being reported.
Okay,
exactly.
You're right. The hate crime with black men not being reported, but then all of those, you're not seeing that. All of that shit correlates to what I'm also trying to say. Also, we gotta fight. We gotta fight on too many different fronts, and we're not preparing ourselves properly to deal with those fights. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, see, the bottom line is we have to really look at what's really going on. All right, we have to call a lot of this. We have to call a lot of this stuff out. Black people are getting killed. They're getting attacked on a regular and consistent basis. All right, on a regular and consistent basis, stuff you don't even hear about that's going on, underreported, okay? And to a large extent, this has been going on, as we know, for a very long time. But I'm going to tell you, this misandry that we have going on, this misandry that we even have going on amongst black men ourselves, all right, leads to a lot of these attacks that you have, and it gets unreported, and you get looked upon as, reason why this gets so underreported is because you are not looked upon as a normal citizen. Your lives are looked at being less.
Okay, so what's the solution other than arming up, bro? What is the solution other than arming up?
Well, that's a big part of the solution, because if you arm up, and in my views, be armed, okay? Have
not just with the gun.
What I would like to say, community patrols and so forth. All right, let's just say that. And you've shown not to take a lot of this crap. People might have a little bit less of a desire to want to roll up on you. Okay, right now it's open season. Here's this young black man walking. This is an example. And this happened back in February. You're not even hearing about this till later. But here's a black man walking around, jogging.
No, well, that's already been disputed.
Yeah. I'm saying, and he just gets shot. You have situations going on where black people are attacked a lot. I saw this one case where this one black man was sitting there working with a retarded kid, sat him down. Cops sat there.
I saw that video. His hands were up and he was on the ground.
And the guy just shot him. And the guy's like, "Why did you shoot me?" He said, "I don't know, man. I just had to shoot." He was a nigga. I had to shoot you.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a shooting, right? That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Or a beating. Exactly correct.
You have a black man in New York who the other day who was beat for not social distancing and wearing a mask.
It sure was.
But
sure was.
These people will tell you that, well, the crime rate is a crime rate, but that's bullshit, right? That's bullshit. You're not enforcing social distancing on white people, right? They show all the video clips in the footage. So
I saw two black guys.
That's a police problem
maybe about
in
a month
general.
ago. Two black guys walking into the store. they had their mask on, and some one guy came and said, "You can't have your mask on," and had them walk out. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, the microaggressions against Black people are immense, and you're looked upon as less than as a threat. And people are now starting to feel that they can attack you, beat you down, and kill you if they choose. All right, and that goes for any one of us. That can go for David Monroe. Okay, that can go for Nagone. That could go for Mike. That can go for anybody. And you think it can't happen to you?
I don't doubt that bullshit like that happens. But at the same time, is it every day, every second, every minute, 100% verbatim? If it's not, to be fair, I personally think we're being a little overzealous and paranoid, because the same argument a white person can come around, because for the past 2 years, white people have been complaining about being victims against not just Black people, but the alphabet community and feminists. So, and not even just white men. It's sometimes white women. They feel as though they're being harassed when they start some shit, like Barbecue Becky a few years ago. So
Barbecue Becky was looking crazy because she walked up on a bunch of Black people who were in a legal place to have a cookout.
I agree.
And she felt she could just walk up there and call the police on these people.
And you know what?
A microaggression on Black people, and they were doing nothing to this woman. She didn't say anything to anybody else.
Then she started crying and said she was harassed. So basically,
and if you put on the white woman's tears, and that's usually to get somebody hurt. Okay.
But people made fun of her, and she may have lost her job because she's a college lecturer too.
Well, because you had
this
cameras.
shit falls apart in the fucking media.
Yeah, you had cameras and all this stuff.
Where was her white privilege then? She tried to play the white privilege card and got laughed at.
And you know what? There was you want to talk about footages of Black people being arrested. There was a white guy who was acting a fucking fool in the airport, and when the police ran up on him, he blurted out, "You're treating me like a Black person," as he was getting tackled to the ground. So again, nothing happens 100% verbatim.
We're not saying 100% because 100% is 100. We're not talking about 100%.
But to me, it feels like you're insinuating that, bro.
No. We're not insinuating anything. That what we're talking about is what's the overwhelming majority of what's happening to us. Okay?
Why do we need
and what do the numbers look like? And why are these attacks and so forth being underreported? Why are we not being talked about being attacked and being assaulted at levels that are just insane? That shouldn't be happening in a civilized society. Now we all know this shit ain't civilized, but we at least call it that. I mean,
they would have
famous cases.
They would have you to believe that those are isolated incidents.
They would like to have you believe they're isolated incidents.
You know why we hear about these few isolated incidents? Because exactly that. Most of these are damn near isolated incidents.
How do you know they're isolated incidents, Dave? Because we can go up and pull up
that young man being murdered in Georgia. We didn't never heard about that, but for a doggone video being released.
Hold on. Look how they try to hype us up with some untrue shit. Why are they trying to manipulate us with some shit?
What's untrue, Dave?
He was not an innocent jogger just going by.
You're sitting here full of ignorance, and you're sitting here saying
that he did something to deserve to be murdered.
So he deserved to be shot. See, this is what I'm talking about.
He did something to deserve to be murdered.
Hold on a second.
He didn't deserve to be killed, but dude,
this is how dangerous.
You tried to fight your way out of it. That was a 50-50 chance.
These are how dangerous.
That was a 50-50 chance. So he had the same chance as two goddamn Peckerwoods with fucking rifles.
Okay.
And being followed. So he had the same chance as them. This is the goddamn absurdity that we have running around within our fucking community.
My man,
that's
when we talk about having a community patrol, stop. When you talk about having a community patrol, imagine all 4 of those people involved are all Black, and it's a community patrol.
That's what I'm saying. See, he has the same view of Black men that white folks do.
No, because you
have a fucking equal opportunity. That man had no fucking right since the beginning of that goddamn whole incident. There was no time in that scenario that there was a fucking equal fight. None.
Dude, no fights.
But you gonna sit there and try to present him as if he has some fucking.
Why are you asking for equal fight? When you run into the dude holding a shotgun, why are you asking for equality in this fight? You should have asked him to drop the shotgun.
You the one who You're the one who
And-
insinuated
and-
that he had an
and-
equal
and-
shot that
and-
those
which was
two
never
guys
the
had.
point.
and
Which
the
was
man who
never the
shot and the
point.
man actually who shot him was an ex-police officer. Now they have been
Right,
arrested.
yes.
They
father.
have been arrested. Okay, and they're gonna have to deal with the situation in court. They're gonna have
Only
they have
point
been
I
arrested.
brought up
But
was
but
why
at-
would we
But
fed a
for
lie
the
about
video-
an innocent
but at the end
jogger?
of the
the
day-
Why
video,
would
they
we
would
set
have
a
never
lie?
been arrested.
Why did they
They
use a lie to
felt
get us all
confident that
pissed
they could
off?
roll up on this guy and shoot him. They felt
Why
confident.
did they
could roll
use
up
a
on him.
lie to get us all pissed off?
Who used the lie? What was the lie?
Media, the people promoting the story.
What
He was not
what
just
was
some
the what was
innocent.
the lie?
Whether he deserves
What was
to
the lie,
die or
David?
not, I'm not going to argue. The lie was
David,
that he
what
was
was
just
the
an
lie?
innocent jogger. No, he was not an
Well,
innocent jogger.
Okay,
on a
okay,
stroll.
so he was a
Okay,
criminal,
why was
right?
he guilty?
He was a
I
criminal,
didn't say
right?
he was guilty. He just happened to rush the
goddamn,
man
you
holding
can't
the
have it both
shotgun.
ways.
Okay,
He's
okay,
innocent or guilty or something.
so
No, first of all, guilt is
so
something
he
the judge
wasn't
is going to
innocent.
have to determine. The facts,
Okay,
the facts that
so
we
a truck
know
pulls.
was
Okay,
that
hold a second.
no. The
So a
facts
truck
that we
pulls
know
up
were
on a
that
guy.
at very
A
least they
truck
were
pulls
trying
up
to
on a guy
stop
with men
someone
with
that was
guns,
trespassing,
and he
and
wasn't
tried to fight them.
innocent. And
Like
he
I
was okay.
said,
So he
like I
tried to
said,
fight
at the
them,
best,
or he tried to get away from
trying to
him.
stop
No,
a
nobody
trespasser,
can't
and he
hear.
fought them.
Nobody can't hear anything. If you're
Okay,
talking over
I'm just saying. Okay, man. It's just this illogic. It's too much.
Yeah,
These shine bones are too much. I want some white man to roll up on you and fuck you up. I hate to
I'm
say it's a
sure
brother.
you
I don't
do,
want to
'cause
say.
that's the
I want a
black
white man to walk up
misandry you
and
talk
fuck
about.
you and
That's the
fuck
black
you up,
misandry
and
you
then
talk
and
about.
then
Exactly.
see what- and then see what you-
Exactly. Black
and
misandry
then see,
101.
well, hold a second. Did I deserve it? Well, I was a black
Black
guy.
misandry 101.
Maybe,
Why you
maybe,
want me
I,
dead? Why you want
maybe I deserve this white man beat my ass.
me, bro?
All right,
What kind of white
as an
what kind of
example.
white
Nagone, he's
rapping
not
shit is that?
Nagone.
Do I
think
really
he's
want to
saying
see you fucked up?
I
No,
don't
I
think
don't.
I don't think black men.
But at the
I
end
don't
of the
think
day,
black
come
men are
on.
saying
I
that.
mean,
it would be an
come
interesting
on.
example.
We all big boys here, but like Jesus Christ, that's some ironic fucking shit to say.
No, man. No.
amazing.
It's just a metaphor here. Look at you. If you got fucked up, would you sit back here and accept that?
You know,
Okay, if you got fucked up, would you sit
I
back?
need
Like I
to get
said,
to
man,
people
black
with
people
the
love
hands.
white
These
people the
shine
most,
bones,
right?
man.
I need to get to
These shine
people
bones.
with their
Love
hands
each other the
raised.
most.
I need to get to people with their hands raised. Mugen Black and then Renaissance Man. Mugen, did you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I wanted to add this, man. We have the same grievances, yet we're still disagreeing. This is where I try and draw the middle ground with David Monroe and Nagone. I'm pretty sure both you guys are a little older than me. Well, actually, we know Nagone's older than me. But you're from an era where, yes, they blatantly targeted black men. And they got away with them, and they got away with a lot of shit. And to you, there's 1,000 changes, no surprises. It's still going on today. And with David Monroe, he's from the era where it's like, you know what, man? And we come from this. We're constantly, and you know, there have been other panels where we're having tech talks, and Nagone is you're basically saying, there are some people that we need to separate from who David Monroe feels that we need to separate from. Now, again, we could talk about these so-called isolated incidents, but at the same time, when it comes to police and just stupid ass white people who should not have a fucking concealed carry license, I can also the same numbers of incidents where it's usually a black person involved, like the brother in Florida who I actually live across the bridge from. That incident that I'm across the bridge from, that's like in St. Pete, Clearwater. I'm here in Tampa. When we can pinpoint those incidents, but I can also pinpoint incidents where police officers have SWAT teams who went into a house of an old lady, a geriatric old white lady, and totally fucked her shit up, or have raided a house, wrong place, wrong time, and have fucked up a non-black toddler with like, what was it? What are they? With pellet guns or with the flashbangs. They fucked up a toddler's face, and then the police officer, the chief involved, he's being interviewed and he's laughing about it. So again, nothing is 100% verbatim. I do think these conversations are good. It's when we start getting pissed off because the person refuses to see it our way. We need to find some common ground. I think we need to find some common ground and find things that we could bring to the table and work on. And then maybe somewhere along the way, maybe I don't agree with Nagone entirely or even David Monroe entirely, but I can present something to help them with whatever perception, help their grievance and whatever the perception that
Man,
it is.
there ain't a whole lot of help in this. Let me just say this: if you've sat, if you've eaten, if you sat down and sat down as many dinners as I sat to over the years, if you've seen as many moons pass overhead as I have seen, which is considerably more than many of y'all, all right, you start to see very significant patterns. You start to see very significant patterns that just don't seem to change. Just like my mom, 90 something, talking about here 80 years ago, I'm looking at the same shit. And here you start to see certain kind of patterns. You say, I want to separate from some people. Yeah, there's some people I want to separate from. I'm not going to mention anybody here right now, but Shine Bones, I don't want to be around them either. I don't want to
But you don't want to be around, people involved in the nigga shit also. Am I right?
Okay. No, don't want to be around those who are ultimately going to lead to my destruction, or your destruction, or your destruction as well. And
but
see,
then again, maybe that's where David Monroe is trying to get at. There are some people who are so enthralled in nigga shit.
Leads to. But the problem of it is that even people with the thought process of David Monroe brings your destruction about very quickly. Brings it about very quickly because in many respects you do not confront what's happening to you. You don't
know who to. But we don't know who to confront.
And hold a second. And you want to blame, let's say, black folks let's put it like this: many of these black people who are doing crimes and who are doing a lot of they're going to jail. They're putting them in jail and some. Okay, but a lot of these other people who are
sir? I'm sorry to cut you off.
I'm
Here's
sorry.
Why
I'm
I don't
sorry.
agree with you.
We have people with their hands raised. We can't.
A lot of other people who are coming at you and doing you a great degree of harm, okay, are not getting convicted for what's going on, are not getting convicted, are not getting prosecuted for what they're doing. Well, how is that?
And the same could be, and I think, okay,
how the fuck does
you want to know how that works? You want to?
No.
The same way the article. No. Let me say this. The same way your article says that. The same way the panel's the subject says that hate crimes against black men are not always reported. All of those aforementioned crimes, particularly the murders that David Monroe was trying to articulate, to be fair, are not always reported.
Yeah, well, you're certainly getting
policing those communities to begin with.
Certainly. See, this is the issue. Many of you are getting prosecuted for those murders. Many of us are getting prosecuted.
Not 100% verbatim, because there's
we didn't say 100%
law, and then to add insult to injury.
I didn't say 100%.
Okay, not always.
We didn't say 100%.
Not always.
I need to get to people with their hands.
But many of you are getting prosecuted. Others are not getting prosecuted for taking you.
Always. Nothing is not always.
Like Zimmerman and these guys are walking around taking your ass out.
Just like the hate crime is not always being reported.
I need to get
just like the hate crimes are not always being reported. So is the shit that David Monroe was trying to talk about. And to be fair, a lot of the black Republicans, even sometimes, and there are moments that you've kind of agreed with them. It's not always. We're not always doing the right thing. And I'm done. And that's all I gotta say, man.
All right, let's go to Renaissance Man and then we'll go to Perfect Blackness.
No, the only thing I was gonna say is with regards to kind of going back to what Mugen was saying, I understand that yes, there are people in our community who do bad things, who we need to separate from, who make bad decisions. I think Perfect Blackness said that earlier, that hey, the system was set up against you, and you gave it every reason to come and get you. We all understand that. I just don't understand why conservatives come out and want to say, "Oh, what about this?" When we literally had to have a protest, have national media get involved just for a crime to basically be investigated and to have people charged. It doesn't make sense. And then on top of that, when I listen to them talk about this crime, I always hear it referred to, well, he shouldn't have done this, he shouldn't have run for the gun. I haven't heard any of these conservatives say, you know what, these white dudes shouldn't have jumped the gun like that. They should have just listened to the dispatcher, let the police come and deal with it. They shouldn't have gone and tried to approach this brother. It's like the onus is always put on us in that situation to do whatever's right, and everyone else is just kind of excused for doing whatever they do, or people want to deflect from it and say, oh well, this happens as well. You're right, things do happen as well. That doesn't mean I can't call out when someone is doing something that's affecting me as well over here. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, look, man, the thing that really, one of the things that really pisses me off, I mean, it really, really gets up under my skin, is how, when we're having all of these discussions, how uh, a certain segment of black folks do every goddamn thing that they can to find every benefit of the doubt for white folks who do shit like this. I mean, every benefit of the doubt. They go to lengths, I mean, jump all kind of hoops, perform all manner of mental gymnastics, and have 1,000 angels standing on and dancing on fucking needleheads in order to give them the benefit of the doubt to find some reason, some way, somehow that black person could have done something to prevent that. This man was being followed by no less than 3 people. He was basically ambushed by 2 goddamn fucking rednecks on a goddamn truck. One on a truck, another one waiting on him, coming around. He avoided, but yet people are looking at the fact that he fought the man for the fucking gun. It's that bad in the black community in terms of the self-fucking hatred. And that self-hatred goes all the way back to goddamn slavery. We find so many ways to identify with our oppressor to the point this is clinical. This is a clinical problem that we have in our community. That we don't even want to look at ourselves as victims when we are clearly victims on the fucking on video in front of God and the whole world. We don't want to see it. We have so identified with our oppressor to the point that we will look at ourselves being murdered on video and find reason and find benefit of the doubt for the people that are doing it. That is a problem. That is something, you know, Dr. Joy DeGruy, she speaks about this type of shit. She speaks about this. You know, we are not allowed, black men are not allowed to be victims up under no circumstance. No matter how egregious that we see it on video, we are not. This right here, history is going to judge the present day black Americans. Black Americans, no one, black America is going to judge us harshly. Because we're looking at our own folks being murdered on video, and we got there is no end of the amount of people, amount of black people who are willing to find any type of logic, no matter how far backwards they gotta bend that fucking logic, any amount of logic to find reasons why these goddamn hillbillies did what they did. Why our people got to get choked out on video and nobody is held to account? Why a law-abiding citizen is in his goddamn car and he gets shot multiple times on video, and the logic of I felt I was scared and get off. Only black Americans can find some type of goddamn legal logic or mental logic or goddamn any type of reason whatsoever to come back with, oh, you know, he had marijuana in his system. He shouldn't have went for the gun. He should have just complied. You know, at some point, we're going to have to examine our own fucking heads because we are allowing people to do this to us and we're doing nothing about it. And I'm not saying going around and you know, start shit. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we have a right to defend ourselves. And we're up under no obligation to explain why we should defend ourselves because nobody else has.
All right. Let me read this article real quick. Yeah, let me read this article real quick. This is from Newsweek. Baltimore police whistleblower Michael Wood on justice reform. This is a revolution. On June 24th, Michael A. Woods Jr. was working on his yard with his wife when he just had it, with the cops. Woods isn't a criminal, and he's not one of those right-wing survivalists who equates law enforcement with tyranny. In fact, the 35-year-old is a retired Baltimore Police Department sergeant. Woods says he saw extensive wrongdoing during his 11 years on the force, and he alleges the BPD abide by a blue wall of silence. This is BPD members won't come forward to report wrongdoing or testify against each other. They'll back each other up no matter what. Says Wood. As long as we protect our own, who cares about what's right? Wood says of this mentality. Since then, Wood has posted tweets about alleged corruption and excessive use of force, among other improprieties he says he saw on the job. He also does 3 to 4 interviews daily on the topic of policing. While his whistleblowing started off about the BPD, he has expanded his activism and discusses justice reform more broadly about the department. Though he has called out law enforcement in Baltimore and across the US, he does not fear retribution, he says. As the case continues into the April 25th death of Freddie Gray, 25-year-old Freddie Gray, while in police custody in Baltimore, Newsweek chatted with Wood a bit about how his life has evolved since his tweets gained national attention. I don't think this article gives the statements that I was looking for that he had made. He had basically said something that I think was pretty eye-opening, was that, which is what I mentioned earlier, was that he was the one that mentioned that he was told by his higher-ups not to police white people because they may be related to politicians in some way, shape, or form, and that you need to police black people. This is a white man saying this. Okay? This is not somebody, this is somebody who spent 11 years on the force. So what I'm saying here is the laser focus on black men in particular, not just by law enforcement, but in these workplaces, are hate crimes. Okay? It attacks his gender and it attacks his ethnicity and his class as well. Right? Republican Tim Scott stands on Capitol Hill and says, I get pulled over and harassed by police officers too. Okay? A Republican says this. You got Dr. Skip Gates in his own house, gets harangued by Cambridge police, gets invited to the White House, asks for a formal apology. He says, I'm not going to apologize for this. These are hate crimes. We have to understand that misandry is also a part of that hate crime, the sort of disdain and intolerance for black males. Laser focus on black males. You had black men, and I think it was in Walmart, who was being harangued because he had a mask on his face, just like everybody else did for COVID-19. Who knew that something like that could even happen, right? You have black male in New York walking around and is being beat by police for allegedly not social distancing and not wearing a mask. So they break his jaw. I mean, we have to really take all of this into consideration, that one incident that this brother was supposedly jogging in khaki pants. Okay, let's take that off the table. Okay, you don't believe that happened? Okay, fine. What about these other cases? What about that? Well, look at the crime rates in New York, and we'll look at the crime rates in predominantly black neighborhoods. But we know how they got to be that way. We know how they got to be that way. They brought the drugs in, fast and furious gun operations in Chicago, buying guns in Indiana, dropping them off in Chicago in crates, distributing it to the unemployable youth.
How much are these anyway?
I'm good, man. I got it.
50.
Let's mute him. And so that's the real crux of this conversation. You know, that's why I said all of these hate crimes are not always reported. All these hate crimes against black men are not always reported. So I don't understand what the argument is. Does anybody really have an argument against this? David Moreau?
Yeah, you know, when you first started out, I said I took issue with the very concept of a hate crime.
Okay.
Can you elaborate on that? As to why?
Yeah.
Okay. According to the Constitution, where does it say you're not allowed to feel hatred?
It's not.
It's a tricky situation again because it basically amounts to thought crime.
No.
No, it's not thought crime.
It's
The hate crimes are extremely hard to prosecute
Because
because you have to have
determine their thoughts.
no, you have to have explicit evidence of them saying, "Hey, I wouldn't kill this person because they were black." Like Dylan Roof, obviously that was a hate crime because we all know
Yeah, the manifesto.
exactly. That's
All right,
not his
now-
thoughts.
Now let me
Or-
ask this next question.
Or James Byrd Jr. James Byrd Jr. back in the late 90s.
Let me ask this next question, and this might be a little bit more, fucked up. But if I shoot one person in the head because he stepped on my Puma, and I shoot another person in the head because he was white, do I get more time for which one?
You get more time for shooting someone because they are white because they have no control. I mean, you literally targeted them. I mean, obviously, and you may like this argument, someone could have technically not stepped on your Puma. That person could have not done anything to not be white.
I'm mad at the fact that he even wears Pumas.
I told
Actually,
no,
actually,
this
somebody-
thing is just tricky.
Actually, you got white people that feel as though black people could go after them simply because they're white and won't get charged for a hate crime. I've heard that argument from
Well,
why.
no, when I first started looking into this issue of hate crimes, the first person I think to ever be prosecuted under a hate crime was a black guy who got into some shit with a white guy. And my issue was this: when you get into say you get into a fight with a white guy and you call him a cracker and he calls you a nigga, I don't think either one of you should get an extra year on your sentence because you were saying fucked up shit to each other.
Well, because black people, more importantly, black men are disenfranchised politically. So that would give the leverage to the white person. I mean, it's the whole purpose of being white is based on class. It's based on privilege. Class is based on privilege.
You just said there's a purpose to being white. You're gonna have to unpack that shit.
Unpack
God gave white people
What is-
a purpose.
What is white?
I mean, no. What is the purpose to being white?
It's a social construct to identify a class with the class equals privilege. That's the whole purpose of it.
same thing with being black.
Okay.
It's a caste
I had
in
no idea white people
America.
had a purpose.
No, in American society, essentially black was created to be a caste and white was created
Yes.
to be above that.
Yes.
A permanent overclass, if you want to
Yeah,
say.
in Europe, you're not classified as white. That's a Western concept. That's an American concept.
No, that is a difference. You're right.
And David, I was going to add, you do realize like people like the Irish, other people are not always considered white in this country.
And they had lots of crime in their
Giving
neighborhoods
white
too.
people a purpose because white people amongst themselves are squabbling over who's really white. So now we're just gonna give them all the same purpose. It's kind of like saying all Africans are unified.
No, that doesn't have any. Africa is a continent. It's not an actual. It's not a social construct. In that regard, in that
And
context.
white is an imaginary construct.
No, white.
How are they all
European-
unified under this imaginary construct? It's exactly my same point.
Go ahead, Renaissance man.
No. Go ahead. I was just going to say it's a social construct that has been created to give people with white skin a permanent economic advantage in this country. And yes, there has been pushback about who falls under that definition. Unless you are black, then you definitely don't fall under that definition.
The one drop rule determines that. Right?
I mean, yeah. I'm not going to totally disagree with everything you're saying because I know there's a there at a certain point because that's part of what makes America unique amongst like a European nation because the French people are French. They're not just European. But when you get to America, it's sort of the creation of a whole new kind of polyglot. And the only way to really identify the masses were basically the whites and the blacks.
No, it was not. It was not. You didn't have to do that.
Well, there were the Indians, but as far as actual group identifiers, there were three stark groups. You had the whites, the blacks, who were mostly the slaves, and then the Indians who.
No, you had Africans. You had Africans. You had Africans.
They're the blacks. That's what I'm talking about. Early America, the Africans, the blacks, however you want to slice it. You're talking about how I'm describing how America did kind of embrace the racial identity you guys are talking about. So yeah, I'm trying to acknowledge
Yeah,
your
but
points to a certain degree.
yeah, no, I understand. But what I'm saying here is in the concept that you just issued, where a black person does something to a white person, the black person was already at a disadvantage to begin with, right? Socially, he doesn't have any capital. He doesn't have any social capital, nor does he have any political capital. He's disenfranchised.
Well, I brought that up talking about a black guy getting charged with a hate crime charge. So think about it. Not only are you being disenfranchised, you're being given an extra year or two because you were mad at white people. I just disagree with it fundamentally.
It's not a matter of we're mad at white people. It's a matter of you had a history of a group of people who have terrorized another group of people for nothing other than their skin color.
No, but the hate crime law will be applied universally, whether it's black on white, white on black. Remember, the first guy to be charged with a hate crime was a black man. So this is what I'm trying to say. You're talking about a man who, by your definition, already oppressed, already disenfranchised, and now he's getting charged with a crime plus time because he had bad thoughts in his head.
Not bad thoughts. He acted on some bad thoughts, but anyway.
Yeah.
So we should
Well, the action is punishable, not the thought. The action is punishable. So punish
hate
the
crime
action.
law should be just taken off the books.
Yeah, punish people for attacking each other, assaults, robberies, whatever, lying.
So-
like the hate crime,
and
I
there
think
you
is
have
just
it,
some
folks.
weird mind,
There
some
you have
weird, like I said, it's thought policing.
can't
And I
remove-
So
There you have
David,
it,
fundamentally
folks.
disagree with thought
There
policing.
you have it.
so David, there's no. You think if someone kills someone, but then someone
Go to jail for
explicit-
murder.
you think they should be treated the same regardless of whether
Life in
someone.
prison is life in prison.
You can't have an equal system like that in an unequal system.
Well, no, but the idea is this: if I'm guilty of murder and the punishment for murder is 5 to 10 or 20 to 15, however the real numbers work, then that's the punishment for murder.
But you don't. So you're essentially saying that people's intent shouldn't matter.
Not
They-
not
but
not
that's what
something
you're-
like racial, not something like
But-
racial dislike.
But
'Cause
that's
if you're
what you're.
talking about intent as far as manslaughter, homicide, when you're coming down the category of charges, that's where intent comes up. But that's not a
Yeah.
racial thing. That's like intent as far as I didn't intend to kill this person.
No.
He was fighting when
I
he hit his
understand
head.
that.
But
I
no,
understand
it doesn't
that.
matter
But
if
I'm
it's too
saying
if it's black or
essentially when
white.
you're.
No, it doesn't matter if it's black or white, brown or green. Murder is murder. Assault is assault. Violence is violence.
Yeah, but what's the motivation behind it?
Doesn't matter. Punish the act.
No, you can't.
sort out your
so
own
realize,
soul.
David, that
It's
what you're
not the
saying-
government's job
You
to
do
sort out
realize,
a
David, that what
motherfucker's
you're
soul.
saying it does not comport in court. In
I
court, one
know,
of the
this is what
biggest
we're
things that
having an
they
issue
always try to ascertain is the goddamn motive why somebody did something to prove a case.
It just doesn't make sense because you're saying, okay, motive should be taken into account when you're
That
looking at
makes no
murder
sense.
versus like
No,
manslaughter.
no.
But then when
I'm
it comes to
saying when it
race, you
comes
should
to
just not look at
punishment.
it.
When I'm saying when it comes to punishment, you shouldn't get extra time necessarily because you don't like black people or you don't like white people.
It's not
I
a matter
find
of
that
you
a little
don't
bit
like.
hard to understand.
You do realize not just with hate crimes, but what you are talking about here is actually removing at least 100 years of jurisprudence.
No, hate crimes are not 100 years old.
I'm not talking about hate crimes, but I'm talking about the logic of what you're talking
we're
about.
talking
You're saying we
about.
should
No,
that,
I'm
that a person's
specifically
state of
talking about a
mind
hate
shouldn't
crime.
even
You can't do
consider.
that. Hate
And what I'm
crime.
telling you is that more than 100 years of jurisprudence that just throws it right out of the window.
No, that's not the same because a hate crime is a specific category. Now, what you're talking about is 100 years old. Why would I throw out 100 years of jurisprudence? I'm talking about something they invented maybe
What
like
I mean
in
by that is a
1980.
person's state of mind is always trying to get at a person's
Your state of mind has nothing to do whether you like black people or not. That's not
Oh,
state
really?
of mind.
Isn't
That's
that a
likes
state of
and
mind?
dislikes.
What are you
What?
talking about? Isn't that a state
That's
of
your
mind?
state of mind is whether I was
dislike
crazy or not.
somebody,
State of
and
mind is
that
whether I was
and
having
that
a
led
manic
to you
episode.
committing a crime against that person? Doesn't that go to your state of mind? Or what else? Otherwise, what the hell are we talking about here?
When you're talking about state of mind, you're really talking about what your mental capacity at that moment. They're not talking about who you like in this world.
That's a state of okay. If a person commits a crime against another person because they are black, you're telling me that has nothing to do with his state of mind.
I'm telling you that is irrelevant to his punishment.
Okay,
It's
now,
very relevant to his punishment.
now, what
If
you're
you
saying
use
is that
the
you're
Vena
throwing out complete history of jurisprudence. You're just throwing it out.
No, because the history of jurisprudence was 100 years older than hate crime by your own logic. So I'm not throwing out 100 years of logic. I'm throwing out the last 20 years.
Hey, David, you highly finished.
Oh my God.
Like I said, hate crimes are just a thought crime, and I just fundamentally disagree with the
A
concept.
thought crime.
I
You know
robbed
what?
that.
That thought crime has led to a lot of lynchings, hangings, murders,
Exactly.
theft of property,
Hey, fellas.
theft of generational wealth.
So
which
you should
I
make a
can
law that they
actually
should
point
like
to
you.
in my family.
Should we
All
make a law
manner
that
of
the
things.
people should like
You
you?
sit here on this panel, tell us that it should not be considered when someone murders someone.
Can you make the law saying I have to love you?
No, but you can make it where you can't come and harm
So how
me
can you
because you
punish me
don't
for
like me.
hating you?
No, this is not about thoughts, dude. This is about you having a
No,
thought and
we're
then
not
acting on
punishing
it.
you for hating you. We're punishing you because you murdered someone because you hated them for their skin color.
I know, and I get that, but I'm saying dead body is a dead body, so you should be punished to the max of the law according to what you get for killing a person.
No, you
Hey,
need
time
the
out.
motivation behind it to justify whether or not it was a murder. And I'm not sure why you use murder as the most extreme element of it. I'm not sure. Why do you do that?
Well, we're talking about a hate crime, but you can apply that to a fight.
No, it doesn't have to be a fight.
No, like so look, if two
Whooping
if
somebody's
you
ass
get
for
into
because
so
you're
if you
black
get
could be
into
a
a
hate
fight,
crime.
so if you get into a fight with a white guy and you don't like white people, should you get more time because you don't like white people and you whipped his ass?
You do realize that what you're doing is you're basically you're giving an out for everything that white America has done to
Like
black
I
folks.
said, the first person
You're
convicted of the hate
giving
crime
them
law
that
was a
out.
black man.
You're giving him that out. You're
The first
basically
person
saying
convicted of the hate
that
crime law was a
you're
black
basically
man.
saying that white America, there is nothing that white America has done to us because we are black.
Time out. Okay, guys, can I add to can I say something?
You got 30 seconds, bro. Go ahead.
The problem with the hate crime concept is Democrats used it to further their own agenda. So when we're talking about hate crimes against black men, you're leaving yourself open to be somebody else's bitch, in my opinion. You're using, they're gonna use you. They're gonna make it seem as though woe is me. This is your struggle, and then they're gonna throw your ass aside once they reach their agenda. And that's all I got to say. So to be fair with David Monroe, he doesn't agree with the hate. I don't think you should really ride with this whole hate crime thing because people are gonna get tired of you complaining, just like they're getting tired of these feminists. And then they're just gonna toss your ass aside and they're gonna find some other new agenda.
So we need to. So
I don't
we're
think they
basically
need that
saying we need to
motivation
act.
do that.
We
They
need
already
to.
doing that. And they already done it in a lot of
No,
ways.
but you're saying we essentially need to acquiesce to people. We need to not have a hate crime because people are going to get tired of it. That we need to acquiesce to people. That doesn't make sense.
No, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is be careful with how you associate this. You want to create a grievance? Fine, but be careful who you
Nah,
utilize
man,
it.
we've been careful. You've been careful enough. There ain't no need to be careful.
But you know what? But you know what?
Name of the
Talking
game is
about this,
organized. People have to organize. Be prepared. Don't sit back here and accept black male misandry. That's your ass when you do. You Pusillanimous shiners are going to sit
I'm
back.
not trying to shine.
And
I agree
I'm not
with you on
saying
that,
I'm not
Nagone.
saying you per se. I'm not calling you that per se. But for the Pusillanimous shiners that are out there, y'all can sit back here and negotiate all you want. While when you walk down the street, some crazy ass cracker who's sitting here thinking, I can fuck this Negro up because it's that time. It's that time now.
But
then,
again, here's the question: how often
that's
does that
that's
happen?
what you're leaving yourself to. There's no questions about this. This is what's going on. And the only thing I'm saying to brothers who understand what's happening, you're gonna have to really organize and really get right on this because you're not getting out of this thing without a fight.
But it's not just those.
You're not
But you know
getting
what?
out
It's
of this.
not, you're right. You are
Facts.
absolutely right. Facts, Nagone. But here's the problem: it's not just the white men you have to worry about. It's other entities. It's people that look like you, and I'm not talking about the
Yeah,
shines
I
that
just said this to some of these shine bone moolies.
not the shine,
and
not the shine bones.
and the other ones you got going on up in here. You're as dangerous as a motherfucker as well. You are dangerous. There's no question about it. I'm not
It's
saying
not just
you per
white
se, so
men.
please.
It's also
So don't take it. I'm
It's
saying
also the
there are
white
many
women.
misandrous brothers out here who are exceedingly dangerous.
Yes,
Okay,
like the
and
like
and
like the
and
like the
and
PhD,
and
like
we
the
have talked
PhD,
about and we
like
have
the
talked about
PhD
that.
motherfuckers, like the wannabe PhD guy. We have a fight on too many different fronts. And
Well, I tell you what, if you're organized properly, you can talk about all these different fronts, but that front's got to come to your front. You feel me?
I mean,
So at the end,
I mean, what better place to start than on this panel?
So at the end of the day, that's what. No, but we're in that fight. We're constantly talking about fourth industrial revolution. We're talking about getting, your mind right, your business right. We're talking about getting your certifications, get all this butter late stuff correct, and also we also talk about here getting gun permits, gun training. We talk about this.
On
On a
the
regular
house.
consistent basis.
We also need to start. Maybe we should also
Second
start programs
Amendment.
to have lawyers on deck, not just for like you as an individual, but maybe somebody that you're affiliated with that is falling into a situation like this. Have lawyers on deck just for like anybody in that group, just like just like police officers have like the little fraternal order of police. So when somebody does get caught in the wrong and doing something stupid, they still backed up. We need to start creating those type of little fraternal orders for ourselves. Make sense?
No, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Organized somewhere.
Yeah, but the organization. What's the point of organizing if you want to remove the whole entire term hate, the hate crime?
I just don't get
That's
why.
not the same issue. That's a separate issue, bro.
Why not?
Complaining
You're
about
talking
it.
about
I'm not saying remove it. I'm saying what's the point of complaining about it if you're not ever going to try and equip yourself to deal with it.
But let me look at it like this: like people have said that complaining or they got people riled up. Do you see what we had to do to get a actual real true investigation and charges brought up against these people? Like, it's not just complaining, whether we like it or not. This case has now gotten charged. Now it's yet to be seen the outcome, but
yeah,
people are acting like, oh well, black people are on social media all hyped up. What are we supposed to do? Not say anything?
But for the video, they would have never been charged. They did this crime in February.
Mm-hmm.
February, months ago. But for the video, they would have never been charged. See, this is the type of stuff that really gets up under my skin, man.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you want to take away all those crime laws and all that, okay, fine. Then in that case, have half the laws that about lynching and all that should be taken off the books too, because they do those crimes with a certain state of mind.
Yeah, the state of mind is to add terrorism. It was actually terrorism before the term was even cuffed into legality.
But that's a good point. So, David, should terrorism laws be taken off the books too? Then,
by that logic, yes, they should,
man
because they're
so,
doing these crimes with a
over
certain
heads.
state of mind.
No. State of mind, legally speaking, when they talk about state of mind, they talk about whether you were mentally had capacity, if you were in some kind of manic state, or you just temporarily insane because you caught your wife
don't do that.
Like,
they're not. No, fuck no. That is not.
You talk about motive.
That is not how they talk. When they talk about someone's state of mind, they're talking about what you were thinking, what was going through your mind at the time that you did it.
No. Legally speaking, state of mind, it comes up as whether you were mentally competent, whether you were having some kind of psychotic break.
No. I'm not saying you're lying, but that is not true. No, that is not how they do it. No.
That is mens rea.
It's not a mental. No, it is not a mental capacity. It is not one of these if you're mentally ill no. They're talking about at the time that you did this crime. What were you thinking? You hate this person, or you don't hate the person, or you were fighting because you were pissed off? Because it all goes to motive. Otherwise, why even bring up motive in a murder case or something like that?
Exactly.
So, go back to my question, David. Do you think we should just say when you're looking at terrorists or something like that, they should be just charged with murder? No terrorist, no charge like that as a terrorist.
Well, listen, here's the problem. Terrorism is actually violence committed for political gain.
But you're looking at the intent.
Yeah, no. That's political gain. And frankly, Frankly, you know what? You raised a good point. You actually raised a good point.
Separate the politics from their
No, you actually raised a good point. I need to think about that before I give you a more complete answer.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Wait, you
No,
still there?
I'm looking here at this. Rare, the intentional knowledge of wrongdoing that constitutes part of a crime. Like when they're talking about your state of mind, and as far as legal, it's not whether or not you dislike a certain race of people.
Oh, really?
Time out, guys. Hey, here's another thought about hate crime and terrorism.
No, you can't.
Problem
You
with
can't
hate
interrupt.
crime-
You can't interrupt him.
My bad. All right, you're right. My bad.
Well, hold on, no, because I hate crime and terrorism as a political goal. Terrorism is not. Your political goals do not denote your emotions, okay? A hate crime is essentially how you feel, and we're legislating feeling at that level. And terrorism isn't really about feeling. It's about your political goals. It's about, I want my group to have X, Y, Z. It's essentially
Isn't that what white nationalists say?
Isn't that what they doing? Isn't that what Dylan Roof is doing? Isn't that what a lot of these other hate crimes against black people? Isn't that the goal of this? To prevent black people from doing certain
things. Well, if you want to charge Dylan Roof with terrorism, that's one
disadvantageous
thing.
to them, either socially or politically.
No, we're just saying, you're saying, okay, like terrorism is different because it's both of them are driven by, hey, I have an end in mind and I'm going to go and do X, Y, and Z. And I'm saying
terrorism is not driven by hate. It's driven by politics.
Not necessarily.
Well, then, if it's not necessarily, then you don't have a universal answer.
What would you say that the Klan were driven by?
Okay, racial hatred.
No, well, you could say racial hatred, but that was a good deal of politics involved.
But they committed acts of terrorism,
and they still don't.
They committed acts of terrorism to gain some kind of political action, right? So my argument is still this: you punish their acts of terrorism on the face of their acts of terrorism. You don't necessarily go read in their mind and try to figure out how to give them another 10 years because you found bad thoughts in their head.
No. We're saying that if you're going to say hate crimes didn't exist, how are you saying terrorism should?
No, well, because you're kind of making the argument that terrorism is a hate crime, and that's an interesting philosophical question, and I'm not sure I agree, but I have to think about it a little bit more to really turn it over. No, that's actually a good question.
I never said terrorism is a hate crime. I don't think I ever said that.
No, the other guy, I can't tell the names right now, but you did raise the question in correlation to
that was me. That was Renaissance who raised that. I was asking because you were saying it's a thought-based crime, and I'm saying when someone is committing a terrorist-based crime, they have a thought as well, and they are trying to basically commit an ideology, basically to scare people to acquiesce to whatever they're trying to do. And I'm saying a hate crime can be the same thing. Like when when you look at, like I said, Dylan Roof, or even up in New York City where the guy with the sword stabbed the brother with the in the back or whatever, said he was going to look for random black men that he wanted to kill.
Yeah. What about the mosque?
I think there's a difference here in politically motivated violence and racially motivated violence.
And the reason
for me, there's no difference between racially and politically motivated violence, because at least here in the United States, pretty much all racially motivated violence against black folks is to prevent black people from doing something, from exercising certain rights that they have based upon what the Constitution says.
Yes.
Well, that's kind of why I say just streamline the idea down to you just punish the violent act, you punish the legal transgression. Don't get into the
history is replete in the United States with just that model not being successful. So you have to go to the state of mind as to why.
Full of a lot of fuck ups.
Say it again.
No, I said history's full of a lot of fuck ups. There's a lot of bad shit in history, but I just think
no. I'm not going to
philosophically it presents interesting ideas with this hate crime thing.
Well, just on this specific issue, history is replete in the United States with just charging someone with just murder That ain't gonna do anything.
Well, no, look at it like this. If I get into a fight with you, isn't me punching you in the face an act of hate in that specific moment?
No.
Okay, then why? No, you know
Well, why punch you? It's not love.
You know what the next phase is? Why were you fighting with the? Why were me and you fighting? Did you pick a fight with me? Because now I don't believe I'm just using this as an example.
Well, it doesn't matter why. It only matters who started
No,
it. Like,
it goes. It does good.
No, who threw the first punch, really?
If you take away the motive, factor, you just left with just, oh well, that's just manslaughter, or that's just a basic fight. When a person just started the fight in the first place because he may not have liked the person because he had a white girlfriend or something.
I'll put it like this. Let's say you got a fucking Black Panther on one side of the fence and a Klansman on the other side of the fence, right? Like how some of these rallies be. Now, you as the black guy or as the white guy are legally allowed to say anything to me. Anything as valid as you want. You can say any kind of creepy shit. You talk about killing my kids as long as you just talking. Now, the minute I go and touch you, I actually assault you, that's where the crime starts. And I think it's irrelevant whether you and I have this visceral hatred for one another.
Anyone else following where he's going?
I see what he's trying to get at, but I just disagree with it.
I disagree with it.
It goes back to the overall problem I kind of have with Black conservatives is they want to look at this small box and they want to ignore the context. That's the overarching theme I've seen in kind of all these arguments is we want to look at just this one instance and ignore all the overarching themes that go along with this. Not only
that, they assume an equal and fair application of the law.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they assume. Mm-hmm. And for me, that is a goddamn problem.
Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer, but I did study law for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
There is no equal application of the law. There has never, in terms for Black America, there has never been an equal application of the law. And I go so far to say that it was never an intention to be an equal application of the law. It was never been. Otherwise, you wouldn't have all these goddamn acts. For this act, for that act. Because it was never intended to be that way. It was never intended to be that way. And one of the reasons why I think why Black America is so hated, because America knows that more so than any other group, or unlike any other group, is the African American slave descendants of America who have a whole basket of legitimate bones to pick with the United States that nobody else has.
Yeah.
And they don't want us to fucking pick them.
That, and we've survived all of the hell that they put us through as well.
Right, exactly. In order to kill us off, to make us irrelevant, so that we won't have a voice in order to pick those fucking bones.
Basically, a stateless group of people within the state itself.
So they just want us to just shut the fuck up and go away. Either go away quietly, or they're gonna make us go away.
So David, what was the Dred Scott case?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. Did you say Dred Scott?
Yes.
Oh God, you're taking me back to freaking high school. Was he the guy who mailed himself?
That was last year, right?
Did he mail himself to freedom?
No, Dred Scott was the one
who did that.
He was the one who said there was this case that basically said that black people were 3/5 of a human being,
and that the black man has no rules.
That a black man would have no rights that a white man would be bound to respect.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the worst Supreme Court rulings ever.
And so pretty sure that ruling is still not standing anymore.
Of course it is.
Oh yes, it has never been. No case has come along that has overturned that case.
Of course.
I mean, I'll grant you that it hasn't been overturned by case law, but
that means it's still on the book.
What state is actually standing on the Dred Scott case at this point? I would love to see the state hold up an argument and say we can do this because of the Dred Scott ruling.
That was the whole purpose of stopping.
They don't have to. They can just act. They don't have to.
Yeah, that was the whole purpose of stopping first. We can do this. Damn the
Okay.
Constitution. We
Tariq
can,
Nasheed calls it "I'm white, not say so."
yeah.
I
And that's what
mean,
Dred
listen,
Scott gave them. Dred Scott gave them "I'm white, not say so."
you know when you're talking about that guy, the New York cop who was punching the other guy out for like during a stop and frisk. He
Mhm.
wasn't a white cop. He was just like, I think he was Spanish or just light skin or something, but that wasn't like a white cop.
That's
Like the
irrelevant
thing
because
about these laws is we tend
still
to
the
buy into
police,
these laws as citizens ourselves.
the
No, it's
police
irrelevant.
doesn't matter the face of the police. The police itself is the enforcement arm of white privilege and white supremacy. So it
Thank
doesn't
you.
matter who the individual cop is. Doesn't matter.
Mhm.
Let me ask you this question. This is a conundrum that the people who say we need to fight white supremacy, I offer you this.
Mhm.
How much fighting of white supremacy is really necessary when it's almost universally accepted that America will become minority majority in the next 30 years?
That's irrelevant.
It seems like white
It's irrelevant.
supremacy
It's
fell off on
irrelevant.
its own.
It's irrelevant because we're still on a system of white supremacy and white. Still, it doesn't matter. What you just said is irrelevant.
Well, what system will we have in 30 years when there's minority majority?
It
That
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
mean-
Oh Lord.
I was gonna say majority does not. Have you seen what happened in South Africa?
Yeah. Yeah, that didn't matter.
I just don't get the mentality of people who say, okay, when can we hurry up and stop talking about this? Like, bro, we can stop talking about it when it stops affecting us.
It took almost what 80 plus years or 100 years before Black people were able to take power in their own country. I mean, you have to think long, and they came to the United States to actually study how to implement white supremacy in a predominantly Black country.
And
You
keep
think
in
long
mind,
enough
they called that a democracy at that time.
Yeah, and the
During
United States-
apartheid, they said South Africa was a democracy.
Right, and the United
It was a
States was
white
the last one holding the cards. It was Reagan that was the last one holding the cards, or Bush, I'm sorry, was the last one holding the cards before the apartheid fell.
I mean, you want me to defend apartheid?
They called Mandela.
No, I'm not. I'm not
The United States position on Nelson Mandela at the time, they deemed him as a terrorist.
Yep. And he was
This is official.
They were the ones who got him put in jail for 27
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
oh God, a terrorist calls himself a freedom fighter, and I don't want to get into the semantics. of the
No.
whole thing.
You have to get into that because you're saying remove the hate part from it. The whole entire National Party of South Africa was based on hate. It was based on that.
Whose party? The whites or the blacks?
The
Like you could argue they both hated each other at a certain.
because they're not. Well, one was indigenous and one was not.
Well, if they both hated each other, then hatred is a wash.
No, it's not hatred. It's a wash. You have one group of people who are in power over another group of people based on hate.
Well, they weren't
The
in
United
power
States
based on
government- the
hate.
United
They were
States
in power
government-
based on power.
No, they were in power. But apartheid was the system that they put in place to literally come to power and rule the country based on discrimination of people.
And they
Literally.
came to.
No, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no.
I was going to say they
that's
came
not
to
the
the
argument. That's not what I-
Jim Crow. They came to the Jim Crow South to study Jim Crow to implement it back in South Africa.
They did.
I was going to say, David, your argument was
I hate to put
your
it in this term, but the Africans of South Africa did not actually build up the nation the way you're trying to describe it. White people took over the land and did some shit, and then eventually they let the Black people in, and then eventually the Black people were like, you know what, this is our land, and we would like it back.
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
David, what? No, I was going to
What
say
were
first
all the
of all,
Zulu
before you
wars
say-
about? They weren't fighting
no.
wars in South Africa to integrate. They fought wars to kick the blacks off the land.
Oh, really? Do tell more.
Okay, so when was it the British when they were first in South Africa and they were fighting against the Africans down there, the Zulu tribe? That's not them integrating with Black people. That's them kicking Black people out so they can do some shit. Now later on, the Black people are like, you know, we never forgot that this is our land, so you still got to leave.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that because I need to understand?
I'm
what you're
talking
saying.
about.
Are you saying that the Zulu because
South Africa was actually was founded through war. They conquered and
is breaking up. Your mic is breaking up.
they got to build some shit. Yeah, my signal's bad right now.
Your mic is breaking up.
No, I was just going to say before we go on to that, I was going to say literally what you were saying is that's like saying before when you were saying, oh, both the people hate each other. That would be like saying in the Jim Crow South, because blacks and whites hated each other, it was a wash, even though whites had all the power.
No, I'm specifically talking about hate crime legislation and how I just don't understand the fundamental logic of it. That's all. I'm not trying to attach it to South Africa directly.
What we're saying is that terrorism is derived from that. And so what you want to do is remove the hate part, in which would ultimately collapse every other statute that's on the books as well. You would destroy your whole entire justice system.
Hate isn't a crime.
Are you sure about
Hate
that?
isn't a crime. Assault, rape, murder, theft, those are crimes.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know why hatred should be a crime.
Really? Can you go into a synagogue and say that too?
Nah, you wouldn't be
I
crazy
don't
enough
have
to
to
do
like
that.
them. They don't have to like me.
Yeah, but
No, I'm just saying, I don't have to like them. They don't have to like me, but I'm not going to fuck with them. And as long as they don't fuck with me, God bless America.
No one's trying to prosecute you for that. It's when you go and have people who say, I don't like these people, and therefore I am going to commit X, Y, and Z act against them. We're not talking about,
Right,
oh,
so punish
well,
them for the XYZ. Don't punish them for the I don't like. That's all I'm saying.
but
Punish
that's
them
what
for the
drove,
XYZ
but
part.
that's what drove them to go and do it.
Yeah.
That's why
Doesn't
you
matter. I don't give a fuck what goes through your head. Behave yourself, or this is the punishment.
Okay. Because basically what you're saying, that's the difference between, like we said earlier, if you have a guy who sits down and says, I don't like, and I'm going to go, rob this person because I want money. People are going to look at that intent, and then they're going to look at an intent of a guy who comes in, sees his girlfriend in the bed with another guy and shoots the guy. They're going to look at the circumstances and that person's mentality as to why they do it. The state of mind and the intent is always going to be there. You can't just remove it just because you don't like to talk about hate crimes.
Yeah, that doesn't work like that. If you look at this definition right here, I mean, internet and social media, in terms of terrorism, it closely aligns with that of hate, of a hate crime. I mean, the lines are kind of blurred, but what the point that we're trying to make is that what you're trying to do is collapse the system for what it is. And it's impossible for you to have a system like that. You would destroy your whole entire justice system doing that. Because where does it stop, David?
That's not true, because the hate crime legislation is only 20 or 30 years old at best.
Well, I'm saying the legislation is 20 to 30 years old, but if you go back to pre-1965 civil rights, you would see that a lot of the anti-lynching bills is really based on hate crimes. Right?
Well, lynchings are a specific set of behaviors, all of which were already criminal acts. Whether or not you put hate crime around it, if they wanted to actually be honest and fair about the law back then, all of those lynchings would have been punished as lynchings. They wouldn't have called it a hate crime back then. They would have just said, you've been convicted of a lynching. Because you know what? Even white folk got lynched. So
because the hate
crime side of it's irrelevant. The crime is what you have to punish.
Because that was pre civil rights, right?
I don't see the relevancy. It's still the crime is what it is. So if a person were to commit those acts today, the crime still is the same crime. Calling it a hate crime doesn't change what it actually is, which is you commit violence against me, you should be punished.
You're looking at the intent, and we have always looked at intent in the criminal justice system. That is what it is. Thought and intent.
That's what I meant by what I said, that he was just throwing out 100 years of jurisprudence, because the courts have always ascertained intent. What was the person's state of mind at the time that they did it? Why did they do it? That has always been ascertained, always, or at least an attempt.
We're
so
saying,
you're saying that we should just throw all that out.
Yeah, you basically destroy your whole country doing that.
Yeah, that's what we're getting at. Is if you say let's remove thought and intent from hate crimes, because of that, we're saying you can apply it to all these other things, and then you're saying, okay, we can't look at intent in anything. We need to just punish the act in the vacuum.
That
I
has
don't
never
understand
happened.
how we're removing 100 years of jurisprudence by removing a 20-year-old law. I don't understand how we're removing thought and intent when thought and intent were already a part of the law before this law came about.
Well,
I'm not
thought and
asking to
intent is the
remove
basis
anything
behind
but
hate
what's
crime
been
laws.
introduced in the last 20 years.
The thought and intent is the basis behind hate crime laws. You're saying that we should take that out. So based on what you're saying, it's gonna trust me. It all just to even think about what was the motive of a crime. All of that's not going to be admissible.
Let's read this caption right here from the FBI himself. The FBI investigated what are now called hate crimes as far back as World War I. Our role increased following the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Before then, the federal government took the position that protection of civil rights was a local function, not a federal one. However, the murders of civil rights workers Michael Schooner and Andrew Goodman and James Chaney near Philadelphia, Mississippi, in 1964 provided the impetus for a visible and sustained federal effort to protect and foster civil rights for African Americans. Rayburn, as the case was called, became the largest federal investigation ever conducted in Mississippi. On October 20th, 1967, 7 men were convicted of conspiring to violate the constitutional rights of the slain civil rights workers. All 7 were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 3 to 10 years. So David, I think David's gone. So
No, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Perfect Blackness, go ahead if you got anything you want to add.
No, I had stepped away and just sat back down, so I don't know what was said.
I want to ask an ironic question, because like colorism comes up in the conversations every now and then in these circles.
Okay.
So I'm reading on the FBI's website about hate crimes, and in the second paragraph it says traditionally FBI investigations of hate crimes were limited to crimes in which the perpetrators acted based on a bias against the victim's race, color, religion, or national origin. Mm-hmm. So at what point will colorism become part of the hate crime statutes?
When is
I've never known of a hate crime to ever be occurred because a person was light-skinned versus from a dark. I've never heard that.
Well,
so
why is color and race mentioned separately?
I don't know. You asked the people who wrote it.
Well, yeah. This is why I don't like the fucking law. It doesn't make sense.
Because race is a class.
But why is color and race mentioned separately?
Because before
you do know people are discriminated against by society by race, right? I mean by color.
Well, like, all right. So if you don't like light-skinned girls, are they gonna like say you're discriminatory and you should now be punished? I can sue you.
No,
if you don't like dark-skinned girls,
well, if
like sue me.
If you violate their civil rights, then they're protected by that. That's the whole purpose of it.
Not to mention we used to be referred to as coloreds.
Yeah. In South Africa, the IBM, which is the article I didn't even get a chance to get to, discusses that. This has happened at the same time at the height of civil rights and the IBM working with law enforcement. They constructed all of these. They call them colored punch cards. This is in the 1960s.
Now I'm still reading the thing. It says here, for the purpose of collecting statistics, the FBI has defined a hate crime as a criminal offense against a person or property motivated in whole or in part by an offender's bias against a race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, or gender identity. It's starting to get creepy now. Hate itself.
I don't understand it. Why must we ignore the elephant in the room? If a Klansman comes to my home and kill me, why must we ignore the fact that a fucking Klansman did it?
Well, no, I'm not even talking about it purely on a racial element, because remember, we're talking about ethnicity, gender, and gender identity. So, like, look, if you walking down the street and get into an altercation with a homosexual guy, they're gonna charge you with a hate crime just because he's gay.
No, if you
No.
have
No, if they go into your past and find that you got all kind of problems with gay people and all of that, you know
Yeah.
what? That might be something for them to look at, and I think it would be justifiable because hey, you got a problem with gays, and all of a sudden one day you was in an altercation that wound up in the death of a gay person. I think it's quite fair.
What
At
is it?
least in
How do we
legal
know
terms,
that's a hate
to
crime?
kind
How do
of
we
look
don't
at it
know
and
that
say,
was just
was
a
it
random
because
event
he did
between
it to
two
kill him?
individuals?
like we said, like I said earlier, this is why hate crimes they're hard to prove, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have legislation because, like I said, a lot of times when you have someone like Dylan Roof, or when you have, I believe it's the Matthew Shepard law in Colorado, the same thing with him. That is where the I don't know if that amended the hate crimes laws to include sexual orientation, but similar thing there. The people who attacked him they were determined that that was a hate crime based on his sexual orientation. Like I said, it's hard to prove, but when they do, there you go.
Yeah. And
You know, I'll take this out of the realm of murder and all of that. Using that logic, David Monroe, a lot of corporations really would just be firing people in. We would, even though we may know or suspect that the person's being fired or not hired because of their race. Using that logic, it won't have that. We won't have. We might as well start rewriting EEOC laws.
I was just
Well,
about to
yeah,
say
that's the slippery slope to like affirmative action laws and all that
But
stuff.
you're the
And
one
I
who
don't
would.
necessarily have the same opinion on it. I don't know. Affirmative action had its place.
no. Well, the thing is, what you
I
read
didn't
on
say anything
screen.
about affirmative action. I said a person. The examples that I used was a person being fired or not hired because of their race.
Yeah, the thing is, what you read, David, on screen was the Prevention Act of 2009. What I was reading was the history behind it. So you kind of selectively chose which information you wanted to read so that you can make your point.
Well,
Right.
no, if you're going to say I'm reading the act, then no, I'm actually reading the act.
Right, you're reading the Martin Act. I'm
That's
going
not
back.
selective history. That's not selective history. That's citing the law I have an issue with.
Right, but we're talking about because what you want to do is remove that part, and I'm saying you can't remove that, and then you have to remove terrorism too, because terrorism falls along the same guidelines if it's in reference to Black people.
Well, I mean, you're kind of reaching a little bit because nowhere under this hate crime does it talk about whatchamacallit, terrorism. Actually, under this very page, what we investigate: terrorism, counterterrorism, counterintelligence, and hate crime. This is what the FBI talks about right here.
Right. What I'm saying, terrorism comes after the fact. It's post hate. It's not pre-hate. It's post hate. Terrorism is the act that happens afterwards, not before.
Well, come on. Now you're making that a slippery slope because now you're going to argue that every act of hate crime could also be charged with terrorism too. Like
Yes,
absolutely.
No, this is too much legal fucking cover.
Hey, let me
they
ask
should
you,
not be locking you up for this broad range of bullshit.
when the Klan when the Klan was hanging you and all those kind of things, were those hate crimes or were those terrorist acts?
I haven't been hung yet. I'll let you know.
I didn't say about. Oh, Dave, see, you highly finished.
Come on, you coming up there with all these provocative ass questions, nigga. Jesus
We're talking
Christ.
about when the Klan was hanging people. All right, tearing people out.
They
the
didn't
frame,
call them hate crimes then.
and
You weren't on the phone though.
200 anti-lynching bills
And
came
that's
up.
why they wasn't prosecuted.
No,
David.
but hold on.
Were
That's my
those
point.
hate
They don't have
crimes
to
or
call
were
it a
those
hate crime
terrorist
to
acts?
prosecute it. If they wanted to be honest
Were they
and
hate
fair,
crimes or
they
were they
could
terrorist
have.
acts, David?
I would argue they were more terrorism, but I don't know if terrorism and hate crimes are the same thing.
They were both. They were both.
Again, if they wanted to prosecute them under the laws, they could have. Calling it a hate crime is a mind game.
Hey, David, you a mind game, dude. You finished.
Renaissance man, go ahead, man.
Oh no, I'm good. I just
yeah, thanks. I just because terrorism only takes place after the fact. It can't take place before the hate crime itself, right? The hate crime has to be initiated first, right? Because of the thought, because the thought precedes the action of terrorism. If you look at it in the context,
I wonder what African countries have hate crime laws. I wonder if that's a thing.
they have it in South Africa. They have it in South Africa.
They do have it in South Africa.
In the
My
white
wife
country
is
of South
They have
Africa.
it in South
You know
Africa.
what? You know what?
In the white country of South, yeah.
No, in the black country of South Africa.
It's black now, yeah.
It's always been black. What are you
It's
talking about?
always been black.
No, I'm
It's just
talking
the
about. I'm
hands of
talking about
government
like this.
and the hands of power has always
Did
been
the
white.
Nigerians in Nigeria look at their Nigerian populace and say, you know what, we got a hate crime issue we need to write laws about?
That is a horrible example.
Yeah,
because
that's-
I'm wondering.
they didn't have
I'm wondering
apartheid.
because you don't think it's ironic that the first place you talk about is a place that's, you know, full of white people?
We mean full of white people. We mean full of white people.
South
White people
Africa's
make up,
probably got more white people in it than what other part of Africa.
well, because those white colonizers left. They
You're
left.
looking at the
Dude,
ones
I'm not
that are
trying
now
to give
are
a
the
moral
descendants of
cover.
the
It is what
colonizers.
it is.
No,
It is what it
but-
is. I'm just making a case that this hate crime law seems to be some white people shit. Black people in Africa are like, look, man, you steal my cow, you go to jail. I don't need this hate crime bullshit.
No, that has nothing. What does that have to do with what we're talking about here?
It just seems like hate crimes again just seem like thought police, and it's a weird
He
mental.
I see what
slippery
he's
slope.
trying to get at. He's trying to say that, oh, it's only something that when white people are around, we feel the need to have a hate crime. We don't need a hate crime when there's no white people. So
Colonialism. is
Yeah,
based
because
on
white
hate
people
crimes.
are the purveyors of hate crime.
Yeah, they're the colonizers. Colonizers or settlers, if you want to call them that, are the purveyors of it.
Okay, well, then I think I've stumbled onto something worth thinking about.
What they did to the Native American would change the trajectory of a whole entire country. They didn't have to do that. They did it anyways. It's based on hate. The battle flag is based on hate. I mean, you would never see. I mean, even in Germany, they don't allow Germans to run around flying around Nazi flags.
Well,
Only
I was
in-
gonna say,
only
I
in-
was gonna say, David.
Let's not talk about that.
I was gonna say too,
Nazi.
David. You do realize like the concept. We talked about this the other night, a few weeks ago. You do realize the concept of race and things like that. Those are like that came out of Europe. Like you don't see the word race in the dictionary till like the 1600s. Like it's a uniquely sort of European type idea.
Well, let me ask you this. If you're going to say the concept came out of Europe, well, are you going to then deny that there are separate races? I'm not sure what that means.
No.
It's a social construct. It's no such thing. It's made up. That's the whole purpose of it. It's made up.
Well, if there's no such thing as like a white race and a black race, then, you know, there's no reason. Like, it seems to me there is races. There is a different and racial groups. And
Based
I don't
on
think
what?
ju-
Is this
based
based in science?
Yes, actually.
Really?
There seems to be three. No. I think there's when you look at anthropology, right? When they're studying the bone, the skull specifically.
Dude, you have to be
Of-
trolling right now. You
No,
have
all
to
right.
be trolling.
Let me make the point and tell me if you haven't heard this before. There are three skull types, genetically speaking. There's the Caucasoid, the Negroid, and the Mongoloid.
Oh,
Meaning
David,
there's
get
the
out of
white,
here,
the
David.
African, and the Asian.
David, get out of there. Get
Are
out.
there not three different skull types? So I'm not gonna. I'm gonna actually look this up. Let's see. What are the major racial
No,
groups?
man. No, get out of there, David, man. Because I think at this point, man,
Yeah, David, you don't want to get in. I will say this in
Mhm.
terms of what David was saying. In realistic terms, yes, there are different racial stocks of people, and the main three is the African and Caucasian and the Asian. But I don't really go down those because I'm living in a world where Black people are being treated completely different. And whenever we say, well, there is no race, then explain why people that look like us being treated different than people who look like something else.
No. We're just saying it's a social construct. Like, for example, if
I understand that. I understand
Yeah.
what
It can't be that
construct and all
social
of
if
that.
it's that
But
real.
there are racial differences between human beings. And if we can't at least agree upon that,
ethnic
oh my
differences.
God, we're in trouble.
There's ethnic differences, not racial differences. What they're trying, what the context that David is trying to make out is that because of that the social construct is real, but it's not rooted in anything. It's not. That's what Renaissance man was asking me. Is it rooted in science? It's
Okay.
not.
All right. Oh, fine. I just know that black folks in America are black, in particular, black men are targeted. Now
Yeah,
we can sit,
If
we can
if
sit
that were
pontificate
true,
about the science of it, of the
yeah,
science of the
yeah.
difference of the people, how they
no.
look.
I would have called
Bullshit.
bullshit so hard on that. If that were true, people would not be so casual calling motherfuckers half breed when they got mixed parents.
Oh, come on, David.
See, I don't do
No,
all
because
that.
that's something that we all culturally,
I don't
instinctually
do all that.
know.
I got light skinned people in my family. I don't.
No. I'm not
David, that's
accusing you of doing that, but you've heard these kinds of
No,
things
I've
before.
heard
As
these things,
people,
but I also
because as
know that
people, we all recognize that the differences are not just socially constructed. This is all I'm
Yeah,
trying to say. It's not fake.
yeah, but that's a red herring to what we're talking about. That's a red herring, man.
Explain how it's a red herring. People
Yes.
know that people are we are not necessarily the same group. We may all be human, but we seem to come from distinctly different stock.
You don't have to treat people with inequities. You don't have to do that.
I'm not arguing that. That's
Yeah, but that's
the
the whole
racial
purpose of the
supremacy
discussion.
argument.
Excuse me?
Racial difference does not have to be racial supremacy. And that's what people get uncomfortable having this argument. Just because we're different doesn't mean you get to try to just dominate me because you think you're special. And then even on that level, if it's a raw thing, then we're going to have to stand on our own 2 feet and push back. But the idea that you're just somehow better than me is bullshit. But we don't have to be the
why
same.
should there not be hate crime law? That's why I got to come back to that.
Okay, I just don't get the concept. Unless you're going to make hatred itself a crime, then I don't see why hate crime is a real thing.
What we're saying is make hatred a crime. We're saying make hatred a crime when you go out in furtherance of that hatred.
You're not saying hatred a crime. You're not saying make hatred a crime. In the very next sentence, we're saying make hatred a crime.
No, because hatred has a definition.
No.
Hatred
You're saying it if you want to cut off the rest of the rest of what I said. We're not saying make hatred in and of itself a crime. We're saying make hatred a crime when you go out and do things in furtherance of that hatred. That's what we're saying.
The definition behind hate, a hate crime, is the intolerance of another group of people, right?
So
based on gender, based on origin, right?
We're going to be forced to tolerate each other in what way exactly? Like, well, I mean, as long as we're not fighting and stealing and robbing and killing, that sounds like tolerance enough, right?
No, that's extreme. That's the extreme side of incivility.
Not bothering people is being civil. Like,
yeah, but not hiring somebody.
Exactly.
Not hiring somebody.
That's a trickier concept, and I'm going to give you that one. I don't know how to square that circle.
Wait, why is it not tricky? I mean, how can you really justify someone
because we're talking about
being able
commerce.
to discriminate? No. How can you justify someone being able to say, I don't want someone black working for me? How can that work in the legal constructs of America?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm not saying it could, but I'm also saying that I don't necessarily want to be punished because I don't like black people. Now look,
you're not punished because you don't like them.
But see,
but
you
that's
may
kind of the
stop
nature
right
of the
there
hate
and
crime
say,
law is what I'm getting at.
Well, see, that may be fine, but I'm just saying, putting you in an example of an employer. You individually may say, I don't like black folks, but you leave it at that. You may say, okay, I don't like black folks, but he's the most qualified, so therefore I'm gonna hire him. No,
right now that's what you kind of
we know that's not what's happening.
Which is why you come up with the laws or whatever.
I say that because I am a sysadmin and I've been involved in a lot of hiring processes, and I have been frustrated at seeing black folks get overlooked and being made to train lesser qualified whites. That's taking that dislike in furtherance because I don't want this person to be in my work space. I want this person to be hired, and so therefore you're going to train them.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's what they call implicit bias, which is what they try to get around from the hate part.
Yes.
The implicit bias
You've
thing
taken action on your
I agree
hate
with you on
or dislike.
No, I agree with you when it comes to like the hiring and actually broaden it up to just commerce in general. I don't think that you should have some kind of policy that just locks a certain group or class of people out of commerce. And so, like, yeah, that's something I'm going to give you the argument on, but
that's
that
the whole
doesn't necessarily tie to hate crimes.
Yeah, but
that principle applies to hate crimes in terms of murdering or maiming or committing crimes against other people
Right.
based upon their race. They had the
Well-
initial hate, and then they have taken action in furtherance of that hate.
No, I'm making an argument on this terms. If you're saying that as an employee, as an employer rather, I'm allowed to hold whatever personal opinions about whatever race or group of people, that's fine. But when it comes to how I actually allow commerce to be done, I can't restrict commerce based on I don't like you because you're gay. I don't like you because you're black. I
They
don't
do
like
all
you
the
because
time.
you're
They
Mexican.
do it all the
But no,
time.
but that's
do
how
all
the
the
law is
time.
kind of set up. And I'm saying I don't disagree with the law on those terms. I don't think that contradicts what I'm talking about on hate crime policies.
Let me ask you this: then, is there anything you feel that, okay, say you're someone who hates black people, is there anything that you feel that you should be able to do that you can't do right now, like action wise, based
I
on your
don't I
dislike?
don't know what I don't even understand the question. You shouldn't be able to do anything to a person.
Okay,
That's kind of
then
what the
that's
law says. That's already law, though. That's my point. It's
no,
already
no.
law.
I get it's already law. I'm saying you seem to take issue with the idea of, you said like, what's wrong with me just hating someone? And I said nothing technically because we can't do anything legally. It's when you take action. So I took it as you have a problem with some sort of action that you should be allowed to take.
No, not at all. This is purely a philosophical conundrum I stumbled onto one day, and I raised the issue just to get like a sounding board. Because when I first noticed it, it just seemed odd to me. How can you make hate a crime if hate isn't a crime? Like, how can you have a hate crime if hate isn't a crime?
Because it's
But
illegal.
hate is not a crime.
It's
It's what you do with the hate is the crime.
But the things you're going to punish are already criminal acts themselves.
No, because there's a legal definition to hate versus your dislike for somebody. There's a difference. You know that, but you're doing this on purpose in order to make a point.
No, I'm making the point that the law itself is somewhat illogical.
Oh my God. The FBI doesn't agree with you.
Well, dude, you're black. You're going to disagree with the FBI a lot.
No, I know. I see what he's trying to do. You're saying the word, as in the semantic word hate, is if you're allowed to technically quote unquote hate or dislike, how can there be a quote unquote hate crime? That's what you're saying. Is that correct?
So far, yes.
And we're saying it's kind of an argument really about semantics here. Yes, it's technically a hate crime. The word hate is in it. But what it's really getting at is the fact that someone did not like someone, and then they took some sort of illegal action against that person that harmed them.
Right. But by that explanation, you've already prescribed the punishment because the action itself is illegal. You don't need to worry about whether he hated you or not. Once you stepped outside of the bounds of legal activity, we have reason to punish you. We have a statute for what these actions are punishable by. Once you start introducing things like hate, it just seems a little weird to me. And it's like,
no, it's
so
not,
basically
because
you're
that's what you
punishing
do.
thoughts.
Because that's what you do with any other crime. You have to look at the context of it. That's why you go back and look and say, what was this person's mentality? Were they on drugs? Were they in a natural state? Were they angry? What was going through their head? Because that's going to determine the severity of the punishment.
Well, again, their natural state, as in, were they crazy? Drugs is like, well, were you going crazy? It's not, were you hateful? Because that hateful part in that context comes up in your intent. Like, if you're trying to prove that you're a murderer, yeah, we know you did it because you hate black people. Like, it's easy to prove the case on those terms, but when it comes to the punishment, like, the crime is the crime.
Yeah, but the motivation is what they look at.
Hey, David, can I ask you this? Do you know the difference between assault and aggravated assault?
Assault and I think that is leading up to I'm not sure, but I think that is like your mental state. Like it's assault if you just push someone. And actually, you know what? I'm not even going to attempt to answer because I'm going to mumble it.
You don't even have to hit anyone if you assault anyone. You can just swing at them. That's assault.
You can raise your voice to them.
Right. Aggravated assault, is to assault a person either with a weapon or with the intent to commit a crime. You see that word intent. Okay. Now, how do they ascertain that?
Intent to commit
They
a
can,
crime.
they can, the
Intent
only,
to commit a crime.
yes. Oh, yes. That's
Not
pretty
intent
much,
to hatred, intent to commit a crime.
Hatred is
Your
a crime.
intentions are already criminal by that statute.
no, it's not criminal unless you assault. And unless you commit some act,
No, but when you
further,
say
unless you commit an assault, in this case, an assault, all right?
Mhm.
If you and I are walking down the street and for whatever reason you swing on me, that's an assault. If you and I are walking down the street and you got a friend who's a white guy who don't like blacks and he swing up on me and his intent to commit a crime, he's going to swing and he has an intent to hurt me because of that and because of what? My skin color. So he's going to not only assault me, hold on, he's not only going to assault me, he has the intent on committing bodily harm to me.
so
And they
think
go
about
into
it.
well, why?
The same damage done to me for getting punched is going to be done to him for getting punched. But he got punched because he's black, and I got punched just because I'm an asshole. But you're going to get more time for punching him, even though the exact same damage was physically done to either one of us.
No, I was going to the difference between assault and aggravated assault. Because you don't have to hit anyone.
I'm still talking about
you
the
don't
same
have to
scenario.
Hit anyone. You don't have to hit anyone. You don't have to you don't even have to physically make contact with someone to get aggravated assault.
I'm trying to highlight the insanity of the scenario where if I commit a crime against you and then I commit the same crime against another person, I will get more time on my hands because I dislike the other person more than I dislike you, essentially. Even though it's the same
have
crime.
to be because you dislike them, but again, it's the intent.
But that is the nature of hate
it's
crime, though. This is kind of what I'm trying to get y'all to see.
Because your disdain for that one person could be exacerbated across a group. You understand that part, right?
There's no legal remedy for that. Once I commit the
Of course there
crime,
is.
it's the punishable act.
Of course there is. Of course there is.
I mean, there is, yeah. It's a hate crime law. That's the legal remedy, but I'm saying
based on what you're saying, that there should be no basis for aggravated assault unless they actually make contact. Now it's just battery.
Well, no, I'm not going to get that deep into the woods. The law statutes can be separated however they are. I'm just talking about how a hate crime has an illogical basis, in my opinion.
No, what I'm saying is that using your logic, you can just take away the whole body of aggravated assault. Take it completely away.
No, not at all.
What you're doing is you're modifying the law so that it appeases you.
Well, don't we all wish we could do that? But that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just simply pointing out illogical. I'm just simply pointing out something I find illogical. You disagree, you disagree.
Yeah,
I think it's really illogical to have a hate crime.
Yeah, but that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Of course it is, bro. Of course it's my opinion. The law is the law.
Yeah, but you have PhD graduates, people who are high level that have decided that this is the best way to go forward. And you coming with less education and less experience and trying to say that, no, the law should be changed. For what?
The PhDs can be wrong. You know how many PhDs are on both sides of this fucking COVID-19 thing? PhDs get it wrong. PhDs don't always sort shit out the first time around.
And so your position is that it's wrong because you say so.
My position is that it's simply illogical, and I'm pointing out the logical inconsistencies.
Anyone else have some final words before we close out?
Nothing really, other than, like I said, overall, one of the issues I really see with Black conservatives in particular is several things. One, they seem to want to give a lot of people who are white a major benefit of the doubt. Number one, they don't want to put arguments into context, except it seems like when the perpetrator or someone can help white people to get off. And they seem to, for whatever reason, I don't know, want to not point out things that are issues. It sort of takes that mentality of, hey, can we just sweep this on the rug and not talk about it? But that's all I have.
Thank you for that. Perfect Blackness, you have anything else?
Look, for me, this whole thing, and I always have to go back to how internally we deal with these matters. You know, black men, and I don't give a damn what nobody say. And I think the evidence is already out there. There have been countless discussions on this. Thousands of books have been written on this. Articles have been written on this, going all the way back to the days of the Bulls. Black men are targeted. Period. The evidence is out there, and anyone who wishes for more evidence, okay, are in willful ignorance. They are willfully and pridefully ignorant of the facts that's right in our face. Every time these things happen, they always try to find some reason to give the benefit of the doubt of the assailants themselves. Okay, and for me, that is atrocious. That is a travesty, and I don't want to give it any other names, but when it comes to Black America, there's something that we need to fix. You know, we have to fix this mentality that we have to identify with the oppressor. I don't give a damn what we say. Nothing that we ever do is ever going to be right, unless and until we stop identifying with the oppressor. Period.
Hey, I was going to add, Mike, one guy in the chat, Mike Ship, he's asking about, will it work with, I'm assuming that's his headset, work with his computer? I figure you may know. I just told him I was using a gaming headset.
It should if he has a USB port. As long as he has a USB port, it should plug right in, and then
yeah, it should be plug and play.
Yeah, Zoom would automatically assign the audio privileges to the headset.
Yeah, he may have to go to his sound settings, but he should be all right.
Yep. All right, man. Thank you all for joining, man, and participating in this. David Monroe as well. Thanks for coming through and actually explaining your position. And to everyone else, man, peace and shalom.